Well, good morning to you. Tori here from Overlook Horizon. Welcome back. Today is Starliner launch day. Hopefully. It's been a long time coming. We've been waiting for Starliner to launch a crewed astronaut mission to the International Space Station for quite a while. And there was an attempt earlier this month. No, actually, well, no, we're in June now. Earlier last month, I thought we were still in May. Earlier last month, there was an attempt to launch back on May 6th. We got all the way up to T-minus 2 hours to launch, and it was scrubbed due to a faulty oxygen pressure relief valve on the upper stage of the Centaur rocket. We'll get into all the details about the scrub and everything that happened and what we're expecting today, but it's looking pretty good today so far. No issues that are being tracked that I'm aware of at this point, which is good news. Right now, you can see down here in the corner, we've got astronaut suit up underway. They're doing leak checks for the astronaut suit up. So astronauts are already progressing towards launch. Things are moving forward, so it is good news for a potential launch attempt today. We've got the countdown timer right here in the top left corner. We are just under 4 hours to launch time. Now, we're here super early. That's okay. We'll hang out. We'll chat it up a little bit. We'll take some questions. We'll see how things are going and talk about the mission and the launch and the lead up to it. But generally, what we're looking at is it's an early launch because we got to get the astronauts on board. It takes some time or early broadcast to get prepared for everything that's about to happen. So what we've got going on, you can see our astronauts getting suited up, or they're pretty much already suited up. They're going to do some leak checks. It's still going to be a little bit of time before they head to the launch pad. So typically they're going to be in this process here for a bit longer. Then they're going to head to the launch pads, generally about 3 hours prior to launch, just over 3 hours prior to launch. They're going to head to the launch pad, start loading up and ingressing into the capsule, and then we count down. So the point that we were at last time, astronauts were in the capsule. It was about 2 hours prior to launch, and they had not yet closed the hatch or kind of buttoned things up yet, but they did have to scrub the mission and head back and end it for the day. So good morning to everybody. We'll check in. We'll see. We'll say hi to everybody and see how things are going with everybody this morning. Robert Pastor says, could you imagine Boeing ever being trusted again? So far, like, the tough part is it's not so much of a trust issue, right? We haven't had any potential safety issues. We have not launched crew. We haven't put crew in danger at all. It's just that it's taken a long time. So we had the orbital flight test, uncrewed. That did have a mission anomaly, a software anomaly. So that was way back in 2019. Software anomaly after launch, where the mission clock, the handover from the launch vehicle to the capsule, after that happened, the capsule's mission clock thought that it was in a different part of the mission than it actually was. And what that meant was it was kind of a compounding issue. So the mission clock on the capsule thought it was at a different part of the mission. They also went in between a communication satellite gap, so ground controllers didn't have immediate real-time data. And during that communication gap, while the Starliner thought it was at a different point of the mission, it started firing its thrusters, trying to correct where it was. So it was like, well, this is not where I'm supposed to be at this time, but it was thinking it was at the wrong time. So it ended up using way too much fuel. And by the time it came back into communications and ground controllers realized it and tried to correct it, it was too late. They already burned up too much fuel and it could not make it to the International Space Station. So that was Orbital Flight Test 1. Still accomplished a lot. Came back, landed, did re-entry, all that kind of stuff. So still a partially successful flight, just meant that there were going to be lots of delays. So they had to do software delays. We had Orbital Flight Test 2, another uncrewed test to the International Space Station. That one worked out well. Now we're on to crewed flights. They attempted crewed flights a while ago. They've had issues. They've had a whole bunch of issues. So we've had issues with the software that we talked about. Starliner has had issues with their parachutes, had issues with their propulsion systems. They had issues with flammable tape being used inside the capsule, and they had to remove all the flammable tape and install different tape. So it's been a whole host of issues and delays and things like that. But that being said, nothing that's been a safety risk so far. Let's hope it stays that way. We will get into the helium leak. We're going to talk about that here in just a minute, but that's a whole another topic that we'll dive deep into. But let me check it. We'll finish checking in with our chat and see what's going on. Jack, I asked the question in our YouTube chat, said, will the Starliner finally launch? Let me know what you think. And Jack said, who knows? Who does know, Jack? Who does know? Wild West Dan, let's go. Wild West Dan is mowing his lawn, he says. So he's not looking at us, but he's listening. Well, hello, Wild West Dan. Enjoy the lawn mowing. Kind of early for lawn mowing, isn't it? Web Chanter, good morning to Web Chanter. Web Chanter loves our intro video. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Christopher Quinn in Seattle, Washington. Good morning. Web Chanter, again, you're really spoiling us with these live streams after so long without any. I know it was a while. We took a little bit of a break, but we're back now. We're having some fun. We got a whole new studio set up in case you haven't seen it before. Brand new studio. I plan to do a video about all the changes that happen here and everything that's new in the studio and why we have a new studio and why I like it so much. But yeah, whole new studio. It's pretty exciting. We got different views like this so that you can, I don't know why. So you can see the side of my face. See what the side of my face looks like. Normally you look at the front of my face. I don't know. I have no idea. We're just mixing it up. It is what it is. All right. That's how we're rolling. Good morning. Hillary says, good morning. What do you think about the Dear Moon news? Yeah, in case you missed it, Dear Moon, that's sad news. So the Dear Moon mission was the mission from Japanese billionaire Yusaku Maezawa, who had commissioned a Starship flight, was going to do a flight around the moon, not landing, but just take a trip around the moon, and then he was going to come back and they were going to land. But he was taking 12 artists and creatives with him along on this trip. One of them was my friend Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, and unfortunately this morning that mission was announced as canceled. It sounds like they were kind of saying that the delays in Starship development was the reason for it. That if you recall, so that was announced in 2018. The mission was planned to launch and actually perform the flights by the end of 2023. Obviously, we're past that. I don't know. We're not that far past it. But yeah, it is a bummer. It's kind of sad. I feel bad for guys like Tim Dodd that he posted this whole long message on Twitter, and it's pretty heartfelt because I don't know, imagine being in his position. He didn't start his YouTube channel trying to get to space. Like, that was never a goal. He just kind of became this big YouTube personality, and now all of a sudden he got this opportunity. They're like, hey, you're gonna go to space, and he's like, holy going to space. And gets to share that with his family, and he's all excited. He gets to do training, and it's going to be a long time out, and he's probably, I think he had mentioned that he's like, kind of scared about it. But then all of a sudden, fast forward, only a year later, I think they only announced the astronauts for that, or the artists that were going with him like a year or so ago. Then a year later, they canceled it. So yeah, I feel bad for him, and the others that were going with him. They probably all had similar experiences, but yeah, an emotional roller coaster, and sad to see it go to be canceled. I was kind of looking forward to that mission. I think it would have been pretty cool. All right, let's check in with a couple more people here. Cheryl over in Mariposa, California. Good morning, Cheryl. Admiral Ender 137 over on our Twitch channel. Good morning, Ender. Saw him over on Wild West Dan's channel last night as I was checking him out on the Twitches. Web Chanter, will you be covering Starship Flight 4? Yes, I plan to, assuming that I guess it kind of all depends on the day that it launches, but I do plan to cover it, and hopefully I don't have any conflicts, and we'll just be able to cover it normal and do this sort of thing a little more. Aiden C. Hi. Hi, Aiden. Andre Nunez. Nice to see you again, Tori. Good morning. Lim. Hi, Tori. Long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while. Good to see you again. Wild West Hands, who's out mowing his lawn, says it is early for lawn mowing, but I have an electric mower, so it's quiet. And he has company coming over. All right. Fair enough. Get that lawn mowing done. I thought you weren't paying attention to chat. You are hearing me, though. Guess he had to rebuttal when he heard me call him out for mowing his lawn this early. Let's see. Lubka says, hello, good morning. I'm happy, Tori, that I see you in full force today. We are out in full force.
That's the answer.
Oh, I got to turn the volume thing.
Lobster Fest is on.
That's the button I meant to push. We're ready. We're ready for launch this morning. Christopher Quinn, I think Starliner will launch, but it's going to dock with Skylab. Well, Christopher, it's an interesting theory. I don't know if that's in the cards, but it's good. Keep that spirit alive. I like it. All right, well, let's talk about the mission this morning. We'll go through a couple of the issues that they've had leading up to this, talk about what's going on today. So we're still a little over 3.5 hours to go. Astronauts are currently in suit up. They've already started some of the fueling process. So just to keep in mind, one of the big differences, we've got, here's a live look at, switch over to this view. Here's a live look at the launch pad. Right now, you can actually see that there's some venting going on. And this is a little bit different than SpaceX's Crew Dragon. This is a little different than Crew Dragon, although Crew Dragon is technically the anomaly. This is kind of the normal way of fueling a crewed rocket. At least it was until SpaceX changed it up. But so typically what's going to happen here is they are fueling the rockets. They will get it to a stable point, and then the astronauts ingress into the capsule. As opposed to SpaceX, which does load and go, which means they ingress their astronauts into the capsule, strap them in, arm the launch escape system, get everybody away from the pad, and then they start fueling the rockets. And they fuel it really quickly and then launch. And that's different than what we have here for ULA and the Atlas V rocket. Again, they fuel the rocket, get it stable, kind of just maintain it, let it chill there for a little bit. And no pun intended, but then they ingress the astronauts into the capsule, get them all situated, people go away, top off the fuel tanks, and away it goes. So that's the plan. The fueling is underway here right now. That fueling will end before the astronauts get into the vehicle, and we'll count it down. The astronauts will start ingressing into the vehicle a little under 3 hours. So we've got about maybe 40 minutes or so before we see them at the pad and start to do crew ingress. They should be leaving, probably 25 minutes or so. They'll be leaving the astronaut suit up room and head over to the launch pad. So that'll be happening here pretty soon. So you can see the astronauts currently in their suits right now. They were doing some leak checks, make sure that everything's okay with their suits, and then they'll be getting ready to load up and head over to the launch pad here shortly. Christopher Quinn says, the way things are going with Boeing, I would not be surprised if that happened. If what happened? Oh, if he's probably talking about docking with Skylab. I was like, what? Where? Gotta be more specific. My brain, while I'm talking and live streaming, is hitting about 19 topics all at once. So I wasn't following you for a second. So I guess one thing we ought to talk about with the Starliner, because this is an interesting bit for this launch leading up to it, is Starliner. So if we go back to the actual scrub, right? It attempted to launch back on May 6th. We got all the way to about 2 hours prior to launch, and they scrubbed the mission because of an oxygen pressure relief valve. Now, this was a problem with the Atlas V rocket, not with Starliner. The original scrub on May 6th was a pressure relief valve for the oxygen tank on the Centaur upper stage of the Atlas V rockets. All right, so we've got the Atlas V booster, which is the bottom, and then the second stage is called the Centaur upper stage. It has a liquid oxygen tank. Liquid oxygen is stored in the vehicle at super, super cold temperatures, like less than negative 300 degrees, like negative 340 degrees or something like that. And as they fuel it in the rocket, it warms up, turns from a liquid state to a gas. If you leave that in the vehicle, it will cause pressure in the vehicle. Gas expands. It would overpressurize the tanks, and you'd have a big... We don't want that. So what they do is manage the pressure using a pressure relief valve and venting it. That's kind of the venting that we can see here happening on the vehicle right now. That's that little cloud, that white cloud coming out of the center of the vehicle right now. That's liquid oxygen being vented off. So they had a pressure relief valve on that Centaur upper stage that was not functioning correctly. That's not as big of a concern to me, because that happened. They scrubbed the launch. That can happen on just about any launch vehicle. You have a part that goes bad, and they actually resolved that pretty quickly. So they took the vehicle down, they swapped the valve, and so they attempted to launch on May 6th. I think by May 8th or something, the valve was replaced, and Atlas V and Centaur were ready to launch. Now, since May 8th till now, they also discovered a helium leak. Now, this was in the Starliner, or specifically the service module of the Starliner. And it was in one of what they call I should have had a graphic ready for this, but I don't. Let's pull one up here real quick. It was in what they called one of the dog houses. Let's pull up a graphic here so you can see what we're talking about while I'm talking about it. Let me get a big, giant Starliner picture. Do I have one somewhere here? Oh, come on. Stand by. Let's get a decent picture. None of these. I need a halfway decent picture of Starliner. This one will do. Not what I was looking for, but this will work. Here. Okay. Here's Starliner. So the current helium leak is in what's known as the doghouse. It's one of this is the doghouse. This little structure here on the service module. It's known as the doghouse. There are the OMAC thrusters in there, which are primarily one of the big things that those are used for is the deorbit burn.
Deorberate.
Right? That's how it gets out of orbit and it comes back to Earth.
It's gonna deorberate.
Right. So they discovered after that pressure relief valve, they discovered a helium leak. Helium is an inert gas. It is used to backfill and pressurize the fuel and oxygen tanks, primarily, which is hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide, which is what they use to fuel those OMAC thrusters in flight. And as the fuel depletes, they need to keep pressure up so they can keep pushing fuel and oxygen to those thrusters. They backfill it with helium to keep the pressure up. And their helium tanks, and they're specifically one flange in one doghouse on one thruster. So there are multiple thrusters in each doghouse. There was a helium leak. Now, here's where the interesting part comes into play. The leak still exists today. They didn't fix the leak, which is an interesting decision. but I do understand the rationale. So we'll go through it. There is about 50 pounds of helium on in the service module for launch. With the current leak rate, they're losing about half a pound per day when the helium system is open. So they still have a ton, and I can't remember how much they use, but they don't use a ton of helium. Helium it's stored at about 3,000 psi. The current leak rate that they're seeing is about 7 psi when they open the helium system up to pressurize it. They're seeing a leak of about 7 psi. Now, when they took it into the vertical integration facility to inspect the oxygen relief valve, stay with me, right? We got two separate issues we're talking about. When they were inspecting the Centaur's oxygen relief valve, they noticed the helium leak, but the helium leak actually increased up to about 70 to 80 psi. Still not a huge leak, but a leak that exists. Now, helium is a really, really tiny molecule, so leaks are not that uncommon because it's such a tiny molecule that any sort of imperfection in the seal or the way things come together can result in a leak, especially when you're talking about 3,000 psi of pressure in that tank. Really easy to leak. So they did discover that there's an issue with a rubber seal that's about the size of a button. You can't see my shirt buttons, they're black. But it's about the size of a shirt button. And they kind of came to a decision point, right? They could either analyze the risk and decide whether they could just do it anyways, meaning fly anyways, or they could take the Starship off the Atlas. They'd have to send the Starship over to a different one of their buildings where they manage the Starship. They'd have to drain all the fuel tanks, take apart the oxygen system, fix that seal, reload all the oxygen and helium systems, send it back to Atlas V, reintegrate it into Atlas V, go through a whole bunch of reintegration tests with Atlas V, and then launch it. And if that were to happen, we would have been looking at no earlier than August for the next flight attempt if they had to do that. And probably would have even delayed further than that past August. Instead, what they decided to do was spend the last couple of weeks analyzing this leak. And they determined that this leak is not a safety of flight risk. It's a risk that is manageable, that they can deal with, and they're going to fly anyways, even with the helium leak. So they did say that they can handle a leak that is up to 100 times worse than this. And really, there is a very small risk of failure, because if the helium leak gets worse, it's a single doghouse, right? So we're looking at these doghouses right here. They only really need 2 doghouses to do the deorbit burn.
It's gonna deorbitate.
So they can use 2 of them they need 2 of them so that they don't generate asymmetrical thrust, right? If you only use 1, it's gonna tumble. So they need 2 doghouses, but let's say this doghouse fails and the leak gets 100 times worse, and it's just a terrible, terrible leak, and these thrusters no longer work. Well, they can use these other 2 doghouse thrusters on independent helium manifolds, and they'll still be fine. The big risk of failure is if this doghouse fails and an adjacent doghouse fails. That's where you get into problems, because now you have those 2 adjacent doghouses failed, which are on 2 separate helium manifold systems. If both of those fail, which is a very, very tiny remote possible risk, if both of them fail, then we got a problem. But right now, we're not even close to that, because they have the small helium leak that they've tested it. They don't believe that even one of them is going to fail, because even with the helium leak, they can still use the thruster system. They're losing about 1/2 pound of helium per day. They plan to shut the helium system and close the helium system when they dock to the International Space Station. So you're only talking a day or two of that potential leak, and then a day or two of it coming home. So all said, you're probably losing maybe 2-3 pounds of helium. They have 50 pounds total, and they don't even use half of that for the mission. So they have a big margin that they can work with on the helium. But it is kind of an interesting decision that we have a known issue with the Starliner capsule, or specifically the service module, and they're going to fly anyways. And that's points to, the fact that this is a test flight and that space flight is inherently dangerous in general. There are all kinds, this one, of course, got a lot of news, but there are all kinds of parameters in space flight that are dangerous, and we do it anyways because we evaluate the risk and we say, you know what, we think we can manage this. We should be fine. Well, we're going to fly anyways. So it is something interesting to kind of keep an eye on throughout this mission here. So anyways, we'll go back to chat here for just a minute. Jeannie Curry over on Facebook says, is this flight manned? Yes, this is a crewed mission. So there are, we'll probably go back to look at our, nope, let's look at this. We're actually expecting here in the next 5 to 10 minutes, our astronauts will be coming out those doors here from the astronaut suit up room, and they will be heading over to the launch pad here shortly. So the astronauts are suited up, and they'll be driving usually right about T-minus 315, or technically it's an L-minus 315. They will be heading to the launch pad to start getting in the vehicle. So yes, this is a crewed flight. Let's get a couple other comments here. For anyone, wow, it's been ages since somebody said it's been ages since I've heard that. You're talking about the deorbitate, our deorbitate, our little our sound effects here. Starliner, Hill CT says, Starliner, a spacecraft built by a company known for the inability to keep doors on their vehicle. Oh, here we go. Here come the astronauts coming out here. This is the little ceremonial send-off. So they'll kind of wave. They'll see their families here. Getting ready to head over to the launch pad. Boeing has some big vans here that they'll load up into. Says Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams are two test astronauts for this flight. Now, initially, Sonny Williams was going to be on the Starliner 1 mission, the first operational mission, but she and is it Mike Fink? Those two flip-flop missions. So he's now on Starliner 1, and she's on the CFT, Crew Flight Test. So Hill CT asked about, they replaced the leaky valve with a slightly less leaky valve. Is that correct? So we have to remember we're talking about two separate issues, and it is confusing. So the oxygen pressure relief valve that went bad on the Centaur upper stage, that got replaced. That is resolved. The helium leak, they did not replace anything. All they did with the helium leak was analyze it and make sure that it was manageable. The astronauts actually did some additional training back in Houston during this delay for contingency plans. If the helium leak gets worse, how are they going to manage it? How are they going to switch between those doghouses and OMAC thrusters? And even technically, I didn't even mention it, but they do have other thrusters they can use if the OMAC thrusters go bad. And what that means, those are smaller, less powerful thrusters. So they even have another backup option that if the OMAC thrusters go bad, they can use their maneuvering thrusters to deorbit. It's going to deorbit. And the way they would have to do that is they'd have to do two deorbit burns. Deorbit. And that's what's going to bring them back to Earth. So they do even have another contingency plan if the OMAC thrusters go bad. And so the other thing I did want to mention, Hill CT said Starliner, a spacecraft built by a company known for inability to keep doors on their vehicle. Yeah, I don't know. So the spaceflight division and the airplane division of Boeing, completely separate management, almost like two separate companies. It is interesting, though, that Boeing has had so many issues. I mean, I do think they get a bad rap because of the airplane issues that they've had, but I do think that those are unrelated because they're two completely separate divisions. But it is interesting that Boeing as a company is struggling on the airplane front and the spaceflight front. So there's something in common seems like it's going on, but I don't know. Duct tape and super glue, every astronaut's best friend. I don't really, let's see. Emmy says, I don't really get why they call them dog houses instead of just thruster pods. I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah, that's, perhaps because there's more than just thrusters in that. I don't know. I'm not sure. Do you think your hiatus led to the closure of so many Red Lobster restaurants?
Lobster Fest is on.
Yeah, I mean, sad news for Red Lobster. But my friend Adam Bell says that because I was on hiatus for all the our live streams and launches, maybe I contributed or I caused the demise of Red Lobster.
Space Lobster.
So I don't think so. I don't think I had anything to do with it. Although I was pushing hard for many years for a Red Lobster sponsorship. And who knows, if Red Lobster maybe came around and sponsored the channel, I know we're a big deal over here. So maybe if they would have sponsored the channel, they wouldn't be in the position they were in. I'm just saying. Could have sponsored the channel, and that could have been their big break.
Lobster Fest is on.
It is sad to see Red Lobster go. Where's my other, don't I have another sound effect? Oh yeah, there it is.
There's something for every lobster fan.
There's something for every lobster fan. That's the one I was looking for. It said, oh, you guys noticed a typo, a copy paste error. Yeah, let's fix that. It says the crew access arm says Crew Dragon. Yeah, all right. Well, I copy and pasted the wording from my other timeline. Where astronauts headed towards the Starliner capsule. Save. There we go. Now it says Starliner. Thank you for that. You might notice some others. Hopefully not. But if you do, let me know. I'll fix it for next time. All right. Astronauts have departed. They're heading over to the launch pad here now. We're still a little more than 3 hours prior to launch. So only 2 astronauts heading in that big giant van there. The Starliner van, their ride to space. Like I said, that's technically not their ride to space. Their ride to their ride to space. Is anyone local and know if Jetty Park gets full? So Jetty Park definitely is a very popular place to watch launches from. It is possible, especially with it being a crewed mission, that would fill up. Jetty Park has a pretty big parking lot, though. So, usually you can find a space either in the parking lot or somewhere along there where you'd be able to see it from. You won't see it until it gets a little bit off the ground, but Paul Sadu with a super chat saying, loving the beard, Tori. I'm digging the beard look these days. I do like the beard look. I don't know if I'm going to keep it for the summertime, but I am digging the beard look these days. I've been going with this for I don't know, maybe a month and a half so far. I don't typically rock a beard, but I don't know, I'm kind of digging it these days. We're going to keep it around for a bit. Honestly, with the amount of mentions of Red Lobster, you made free ads for them anyways. I know, it's true. They didn't have to sponsor the channel because they were getting free advertising here anyways.
Let's Lobster Fest.
This is a crewed flight test to the ISS. Yes, this is a test mission. This will be the first time astronauts have flown on board Starliner. So Starliner has had 2 flights so far to date. They had an uncrewed flight that did not go very well, and they also had an uncrewed flight that went pretty well. Who's noticed that I have new sound effects that I can push? I like all my buttons. I'm testing them out, okay? Leave me alone. I'm not much of a, let's say, so let me finish my thought on the flight test. Yeah, so this will be the first time astronauts fly aboard the Starliner. It's still considered a test mission, so, we don't have, I'm sure there will likely be things that go wrong and things that they learn and detect. That happened on Crew Dragon. It didn't get a lot of attention, but there's things on Crew Dragon that have been changed since the first crewed flight as well. So that is possible. It's just, Starliner gets a lot of hate for it because they've had such a hard time getting to this point. What's going on? Is it canceled? No, it is not canceled. We're still progressing to launch. We are still T-3, let's see right here, 3:14 on the clock. We're still counting down. The crew has departed. They are heading to the launch pad. It's not from the launch pad. They're heading to the launch pad, and they will be, they're planning to launch on time, normal. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Loving the new setup. Thanks, Christy girl. I really appreciate that. I'm really liking the new setup as well. I got so many buttons and things to press that, I don't know, the whole thing is exciting. Carol says, I hope this flight goes flawlessly for the crew's sake. Yeah, obviously, yeah, we're definitely hoping for that. The nice thing is, and this is the thing you have to remember about Boeing and Starliner, is that they've had all these delays, but a lot of the delays have meant that they've spent extra time to ensure that this mission goes off safely. And that's kind of the comforting part about all the delays. Yes, as space flight fans, we don't like to see the delays. We wish it launched sooner than this. We wish we were at this point in 2019, not 2020 or 2024. But the delays mean that it should be a safe vehicle. And to be perfectly honest, Boeing really needs that to be true. Thetis Legacy, loving your new sound effects. Well, thank you very much. You need the siren sound effects? The siren sound effect. That one? I got that one. Did they fix the leak? No. So that's what we had mentioned a little while ago. Remember, we had 2 issues for the launch. They had a oxygen relief valve that was on the Centaur upper stage. That has been replaced, and that is fixed. They also discovered a helium leak on Starliner. That is not fixed. They are going to launch with the leak. They've analyzed it. They've accepted the risk. They believe they can manage it. They did not fix the helium leak, and they plan to launch with the leak present. We'll go into, if you can rewind, I just went into a whole big detailed explanation on that maybe like 10 minutes ago. We'll go into more detail again, but I just did all the details. So rewind back if you want details. I'll give more details a little bit later. It said, oh, gee, somebody found another typo in my timeline. It says 39A. Oh. Let's just say crew arrives at the launch pad. You know, somebody should have proofread this. Thanks for the info, Tori. I'll try it out. Wow, that is weird. It is kind of strange that they're going to launch with the leak, but it is fully analyzed and they believe it is manageable. Can't wait for IFT 4. That's Starship. Always watch your stream. We missed you on IFT 2 and 3. I know I was bummed. Specifically, I was really bummed that I couldn't stream for IFT 3. That would have been really exciting to live stream for. I did watch it, but yeah, that would have been really exciting, and I was really bummed that I didn't stream for IFT 3. But we're gonna do we'll be doing some streaming for IFT 4 coming up here soon. All right, so Hill CT says, of course, the first Boeing Starliner crewed mission would be to deliver a replacement urine pump to the ISS. Yeah, so they just announced recently that there was a pump that converts urine back to drinking water on the ISS that failed earlier than they expected. So they actually took out some cargo from the Starliner and put in a new pump for the ISS, and so they're bringing that up to the ISS. So another reason that we really want to see Starliner succeed today is the space station needs their urine pump. Ugh. I mean, it's necessary, but it's a weird thing to think about. All right, so we're still watching the crew head over to the launch pad. We can see, here's a live look at the launch pad here. So we'll see, you can see that the fueling has occurred and it is in a stable point, and astronauts will be loading into the vehicle or ingressing into the vehicle. The hatch to Starliner is officially open now, and they will be continuing, they're getting it prepared for the astronauts' arrival, which should happen momentarily here. And they will they'll head over to the launch pad just under the 3-hour mark, so probably in about 10 to 15 minutes. They'll start heading down the access arm to the capsule and start getting in here within 15, 20 minutes. We'll see the astronauts load right into the vehicle. Now, hopefully, again, we made it to T-minus about 2 hours back on May 6th. We'll see if we can make it a little further this time around. I am hopeful. Things are looking pretty good. So if we go, we'll take a look here real quick at our weather forecast here for today. So we have, this is the mission execution forecast. This is primarily for ground level weather. So our launch day, which is the first section here that we see at the top, probability of violating weather constraints is 10%, meaning we are 90% go for weather. So it's a very good weather day. Primary concerns are ground winds, which are expected to be 15 to 20 miles per hour. Somebody have to convert that to metric for me in the chat, but 15 to 20 mile per hour ground winds. So it is a little bit windy, but that's still manageable for launch. But the ground winds were a concern if they get worse than forecast. There's also a cumulus cloud rule primary concern, although the skies are looking pretty clear right now. Cumulus clouds we generally can't launch through, and that's because cumulus cloud, when you launch, we discovered this on Apollo 12, if you launch through big thick cumulus clouds, that can actually generate rocket-induced lightning, meaning you might not have lightning, but you launch through a cumulus cloud. You could generate through the exhaust path of the rocket a easy electrical path, and it gets rocket-induced lightning. So generally, we don't launch through big, thick cumulus clouds. Same reason why we don't, launch when there's lightning around in the area, even if it's not directly over the pad. If it's around or the electrical energy in the area is high, you can get rocket-induced lightning, and that's no good. We don't want that. 10% chance of violating conditions. Things are looking pretty good. It's a nice, beautiful day. Oh, here we go. Liftoff winds are in knots down here. 18 to 26 knots, 080 degrees. Cumulus clouds coverage is few. Bases at 3,000, tops at 6,000. So few is pretty good, which means it's very, very scattered. It means like 1/8 of the sky has, if you were to look up in a patch of sky, 1/8 of it could potentially have cumulus clouds, which is very, very minimal and very good chance for launch. Now, the downside, though, here is that because this is a mission to the International Space Station, we can't just delay the launch by 10 or 15 minutes to wait for a cloud to go by, right? We're trying to meet up with the International Space Station, so we've kind of got an instantaneous launch window here that we have to launch and meet up with the space station to make sure we're in the correct orbit to do that rendezvous. So you just have to kind of cross your fingers and hope that there's not a cumulus cloud in the path of launch. But also remember, like, bases are at 3,000, tops are at 6,000. They're going to pop up and over that cloud within seconds, right? They don't fly horizontally through that cloud layer. They pretty much just punch through, and then that horizontal turn is really way, way up in much, much higher altitude. So 3,000 to 6,000 feet, we're expecting those cumulus clouds to be at. They just need a tiny hole to get through. It doesn't have to be an enormous hole, but they just need a hole to get. Don't say that, Tori. They just need. Okay, we're moving on. Carry on. All right, astronauts have arrived at the launch pad. They'll get out of the vehicle, and usually they do the classic astronaut viewing of the rocket. It's kind of the astronaut equivalent of the kick the tires on an aircraft. So they'll do that. You'll see them get out and view the rocket, kind of check things over. I don't know what they're checking. They're just looking at it going, yeah, that's my ride. Looks like it should. Liam Watt over on Twitch says, is Starliner Boeing's version of Starship? No, not quite. Starliner is Boeing's version of the SpaceX Crew Dragon. So this is a vehicle that is part of the commercial crew program for NASA that is designed to take astronauts to low Earth orbit, or specifically the International Space Station. This is basically our replacement for the Space Shuttle. So when Space Shuttle was retired, they decided they wanted 2 crewed vehicles that could take astronauts, American astronauts specifically.
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
They wanted those American astronauts.
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
They wanted that. They wanted 2 options to take them to orbit because of issues that we had with Space Shuttle, and then we had a long delay where the only way that American astronauts could get to the space station was on a Russian vehicle, on the Soyuz. And spoiler alert, the US and Russia are not like super tight besties. We do, get along a little bit, but it's not, relying on our only way to get to space being through a Russian Soyuz really kind of was a risky, Russia at any point could just be like, hey, we're done. and we'd be stuck. We wouldn't be able to get any astronauts to space. So anyways, they wanted to make sure that we had a vehicle to take astronauts to space, which we do now with Crew Dragon. But they wanted to have a second option because, we had issues with space shuttle or things that would go wrong. And now all of a sudden our astronauts ride was grounded for years at a time. And they didn't want that. They wanted to make sure there was always a backup option. So now we have two vehicles to take astronauts to the International Space Station, Crew Dragon and Starliner. So initially they were both awarded 6 crewed missions. SpaceX just completed their 8th. They're a little bit ahead of Boeing, but it'll be good to see Boeing get in the game here. Let's see. Are there any Atlas V's left for Starliner missions? Yeah, I think Starliner 1 is definitely going on an Atlas V, but eventually the plan is that Starliner will also launch on the Vulcan rocket, I believe. What's Sun choices? What's a nuclear attack between friends? Yeah. Speaking of the American and Russian friendliness between each other. Let's hope it never comes to that. All right, our astronauts have now arrived at the launch pad. You can see Sonny Williams hanging out there, taking in the view. This is another kind of tradition that astronauts have, as they always, every single time they get up there, and they know that the cameras are on them, so they always get up there, and they at the bottom they always give it the pointy end is up, as Wild West Dan said. And then when they get up to the crew access arm, they always kind of take in the view. I mean, when you think about it, you're about to, sit yourself on a rocket that is filled with fuel. And so that could be the last view that you ever have. I mean, let's hope that's not the case, but they always kind of take in the view. It is kind of a cool view. Generally, there's a phone up there. They call their families for kind of the last phone call before they leave Earth. And I don't know what this little huddle is that they're doing here now. Just kind of a pre-flight send-off. And they will load it. There's some buffer time built in, so they got some buffer time. But yeah, they will be loading into the vehicle here, or ingressing in the vehicle within the next 5 to 10 minutes here. So they should be heading down the access arm. Yep, that's where they're going right now. So both Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams heading down the crew access arm. Taking in that last view, and then they kind of go into the white room here, where they don't really have much of a view here. Now it's almost like they're indoors. And once they get in the vehicle, there's not much of a view either. So another reason why they kind of take in that view before they get in here. I don't remember. Did they do this huddle for the last attempt? I don't remember seeing this little huddle here. Kind of wonder if they're feeling more confident that it's going to launch today as well. I'm still surprised we cooperate with Russia on astronaut missions to the ISS. It is true, but you do have to remember, it's a little bit in Russia's best interest to cooperate with us, because Russia doesn't have a backup option either. And so they can't really be too nasty to us about that, because if they need a backup option, they're going to want to come see us. Admiral Bob says confidence isn't the vibe there. I guess you could read that a couple different ways. Liam Watt over on the Twitches. Does the booster land like SpaceX, or does it just go boom? And how is Dragon different to Starliner? Yeah, so it is. There's a lot of differences there, and one of those, this isn't really a Dragon and Starliner difference, but one of the difference between the ULA launch vehicle the Atlas V and SpaceX's Falcon 9 is that Falcon 9 is reusable. It's really the only reusable booster, orbital class booster, that exists currently. There's a lot of other companies that are moving in that direction. A lot of people showing some promising results, but really the only operational, fully functional orbital class reusable booster is SpaceX. The Atlas V rocket is not reusable. None of the rocket is reusable. So that the boosters jettison, they land in the ocean. The booster jettisons, crashes into the ocean. The upper stage jettisons, breaks up in the atmosphere on the way back down. So none of ULA. Why am I off center here? Which way do I got to go? None of the Atlas V rocket is what? Why are you shining a light at us? Is reusable. So no, there won't be any sort of like drone ship landing or any of that kind of stuff. So we lose a little bit of that excitement, which is a bummer. But still going to get astronauts to space. It's kind of cool. It's kind of a cool feature. Starliner is doesn't do the water landing. They're landing on land when it comes back to Earth. But there are still a lot of similarities. I mean, they're designed to take 4 astronauts up to the International Space Station. I mean, Crew Dragon can support up to 7 astronauts. We've only seen a configuration with 4 astronauts in it. So they're still very, very similar vehicles in big picture, kind of. Eugene says not even Starship is reusable yet. Yeah, technically not yet, but we're getting there. The IFT-4 mission, their big goal for IFT-4 coming up next week, hopefully, is re-entry and getting the Starship back to a soft water landing. Still not going to be reusable yet, but they are going to try to do a soft water landing for both the booster and the Starship next week. That's really exciting because we're getting it to the point where maybe sometime soon we could see a booster landing attempt. That would be pretty cool. Why do the guys helping dress them have numbers on their backs? So it's really for identification purposes because they have the bunny suits on, and they're trying to keep the astronauts healthy. They got masks on. They're trying to also prevent foreign debris from entering systems. Remember, so little things like, I don't know, hair falling off and going into the capsule. Like, you're on Earth and your hair falls off and it falls on the ground or the floor of your car or something like that. When you're in a space capsule, like if your hair falls out of your head and goes into the capsule, once you get into space and you have zero gravity, like that's not sitting on the floor anymore. Now it's floating around and you're going to breathe that stuff in. And so they got the full bunny suits on and masks and hair nets or caps or whatever you want to call those things, and everybody looks the same. They all look like each other. So yeah, the numbers are really just for identification purposes. Like each person has a specific role of things that they're supposed to be doing, and so mission engineers and launch control and the pad manager, they're all just using those for identification purposes to make sure they know who's who and who's supposed to be doing what job. And that way, if somebody's doing something wrong, it can be like, hey, tell John, don't do that thing. And they know it's John because they saw number 15 on his back. I believe the launch pad crew... Oh, so it's... another big reason would be, I believe the launch pad crew are numbered so that they know everyone has been evacuated from the area before launch. Yeah, that is another good point, is because you're able to identify individual people, you can make sure that all your individual people have been evacuated and everybody is accounted for. All out of bubblegum. I like that username. Boeing doesn't prioritize reusability to save money because they pretty much have a money printer. Well, the Boeing system is reusable. It's not Boeing that's not reusable, right? The Starliner capsule is reusable, same as SpaceX and Crew Dragon. It's not Boeing that's not reusable. It's United Launch Alliance, which is an entirely separate company. United Launch Alliance does not have a reusable rocket, and what they are moving towards reusability partial reusability with the Vulcan rocket, but they, I think it could be, they might look back at it as a misstep because, 10, 15 years ago when SpaceX was saying that they were going to reuse boosters, most of the established rocket industry looked at SpaceX like, that's not going to happen. Like, go, okay, you're going to reuse a booster. Good luck. And they did it. And now they're doing it pretty successfully. At the time, people thought that was just impossible. It was impossible. It would never happen. So companies like United Launch Alliance didn't prioritize, they were launching their rockets. They were getting people to pay for them. They had no problem with their business model. It's not broken. Why fix it? And so they didn't really invest in this idea of reusability. Fast forward 10, 15 years, now SpaceX is reusing boosters for the 21st, 22nd, 20th time. And, they're doing a bazillion launches a year. It seems like they're launching a rocket every other day at this point. And it's, they might be looking back at it going, maybe we ought to get into this reusability game here. So they are moving towards it. But I do think, they didn't really see that vision 10 years ago. With Starliner, I think they gain less from reuse since most hardware is in the service module. Meanwhile, in Dragon, pretty much has everything in the capsule. I mean, Dragon still has a trunk, and the Dragon trunk is not reusable. Starliner has a service module. That service module is not reusable. There is more that comes back on the Crew Dragon because Crew Dragon's a little bit bigger. Some of the systems are in the capsule itself, but yeah, a lot of the Starliner systems are in the service module. I think that's probably a small difference in the end. I don't think that's really a huge difference between the two vehicles, but is a little bit of a design difference. I mean, I think the theory would be if you have an issue that you have to abort, you can pull the capsule away from all of those systems and get the astronauts safe. That's kind of Boeing's and Starliner's theory there. Crew Dragon can pull away from a lot of those systems, but there are some, like the Super Draco engines are built right into the Crew Dragon capsule. You can't pull away from those. And if we remember early in the Crew Dragon days, one of the Super Draco engines during one of the tests actually failed and the capsule exploded. So that is a risk of the Crew Dragon capsule. Man, that looks so cramped from what we're now used to. Not Soyuz cramped, but still. Yeah, it does look. I mean, one thing that's nice about Crew Dragon is it has such a clean look on the inside. It is a little crowded looking here if we take a look at the small view up there. Is Starliner in fact reusable? I'm sure they target reusability, but didn't they use entirely different craft for Test Launch 1 and Test Launch 2? It is reusable, and in fact, I believe this capsule is not a brand new capsule. Where's my fact sheet here? Maybe somebody can beat me to it. I believe this has been reused. This is a reuse that we're going through right now. Well, no, I can't find it. I believe maybe somebody can find it for me, but I believe this capsule, or maybe it's just a service mod, but I'm pretty sure, no, it's not the service module. The service module can't be reused. What am I talking about? I believe it's the capsule. I think this capsule today is reused. The valves are not reusable. The bad valve was on the Centaur, the rocket, not the Starliner. What fuel do the thrusters on the crew capsule use? Hypergolic? Yes, the crew capsule uses hypergolic for thruster activity. It's hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. Ooh, I said that right the first time. Look at me. Same fuel that Crew Dragon uses. Hydrazine, which is real toxic stuff. You don't want to be anywhere near that. If you've ever seen like I don't know, sometimes we see it on like Chinese spacecraft that come crashing back to Earth. You see big orange smoke clouds. That's hydrazine. That's no good. Bad stuff. You don't want to be anywhere near that. Hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. I just like saying nitrogen tetroxide. It's a tongue twister. Say that 10 times fast. Why do they use such fuel? They use it because it combusts on contact. There's no ignition system that they have to that they need to like light the engine. They don't have to ignite it. As soon as those two fluids contact each other, immediate ignition. Let's see. Before we get too far into this, let's show you. They are ingressing into the vehicle here now, so we're getting a little bit closer. Let's take a look real quick at our launch trajectory while they're doing that so we can get an idea of what type of launch path we're looking at here today. So obviously we're launching from Kennedy's, or the Cape Canaveral. It's technically south of Kennedy Space Center, but it is on the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station here, Launch Pad 40. Launching, heading in a northeasterly direction here. We can kind of see our launch path here. You can see where separation occurs. This is all courtesy of my friend Declan over at flightclub.io. But you'll see separation right here between the Atlas first stage and the Centaur upper stage. That first stage is just on a ballistic trajectory and will just continue on unpowered and crash into the ocean somewhere up in this region here. Meanwhile, the second stage Centaur continues on into orbit, drops off the Starliner right here. We get a separation there, and then the Starliner capsule will actually continue and power itself into, or actually no, these are, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. This first one, these are the boosters. This is the booster separation. Those are the little side boosters on the solid rocket boosters on the side of the Atlas V. This next event here, this is the first stage of the Atlas. First stage of the Atlas is going to continue on ballistically and crash way down here. Centaur continuing to orbit here. That's where Centaur is going to drop it off. And then Starliner does use its onboard thrusters. I don't know if that's depicted here in this map. I don't think so. I don't see it. So that's our launch trajectory here this morning. And again, all of that is to meet up with the International Space Station. So here's a live look at our launch pad here right now. Reminder, mentioned this before, but the Atlas V and the Starliner, they do not use what's called load and go, which means that Starliner and Atlas V fuel the rocket, get it stable, so it is already fueled and stable. Then they ingress the astronauts into the capsule. So they are all sitting on a fully fueled rocket right now. They are getting into the capsule while this thing is fully fueled and pretty much ready to go. There's some top off that's going to happen towards the end, but pretty much fully fueled and ready to go here. And they will clear the launch pad, and we've still got about 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. Our hatch closure is still probably an hour and a half away, so it's still quite a while. They're going to do suit leak checks to make sure that their suits are good, make sure they can do communication checks. They're going to communicate. They're going to do the hatch closure. The hatch closure process does take a little bit of time because they got to close it, pressurize the vehicle, make sure that they can do leak checks on the cabin itself. And that's going to take us down to about 1 hour prior to launch. So that's kind of what we're expecting here for the next hour and 40 minutes, is kind of getting the astronauts all situated, make sure that they're safe, suited up, communicating, connected, ready to go. And then we'll close it up and get ready for launch. That last hour goes by pretty quickly, though. Mitch Davis, love the videos. Glad you're back. I'm glad to be back too, Mitch. Thanks for joining us today. When are you going to do more KSP? I love watching someone who has an idea of what they're doing. So I laugh. For a couple reasons. I mean, one, I actually almost opened KSP for this stream here. Maybe I'll open it up and we'll mess with it later on. That'll be the bonus post-launch footage. But I laugh because in my head, your comment says, I love watching someone who has an idea of what they are doing. But when I read the comment, in what I almost read out loud, but I read in my head was, I love watching someone who has no idea what they're doing. Because that's probably more accurate, to be perfectly honest. If you've ever watched me fly Kerbal Space Program, it is a travesty. It is an offense to humanity. I have no business flying or controlling rockets. But you know what? It's fun nonetheless. I actually opened, it's because I considered maybe I might do some Kerbal today. I opened Kerbal, yes, because it has been a long time since I played Kerbal. And I opened up Kerbal Space Program yesterday just to see what I can do. And oh my goodness, yeah.
That is improper staging.
It was no good whatsoever. It was horrendous. Hilarious, but horrendous. At least you can get off the ground without going boom. Funny you say that, because when I played yesterday to test it out, make sure I knew what I was doing, I could not get. I went boom on the ground. It was. Have you considered satisfactory? I don't know what that means, Wild West Dan. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Explain yourself. Just saw the strangest ad for what? Yeah. All right. Well, we're getting a little bit closer. We can see our astronauts here. Still getting strapped in. Looks like Butch Wilmore is strapped in. So they do one at a time because it is a tight squeeze. We've got one astronaut in. He's strapped in. We'll get Sonny Williams will be heading in there shortly once they get Butch all situated, which looks like he's pretty close. I don't know what that thing is. Tool tray of some sort? Are they disassembling the capsule in real time here? I don't know what that was that they just took out of. Sonny Williams just kind of hanging out, waiting for her turn to get in the vehicle. Jeff Walsmar, friend Jeff over on Facebook, says hi from Geneva, Illinois. Good morning, Jeff. Been missing your commentary. Yeah, I'm excited to get back at it. Jeff says that sounds like me and the internet. Yeah. I can do internet. Flying rockets. It's leaves much to be desired. Wild West Dan, he's explaining himself. Have you considered Satisfactory? That's the game I was playing last night. Oh, I didn't know. I was curious. I had no idea what game you were playing last night. I was watching Wild West Dan over on his Twitch last night a little bit. I know nothing about Satisfactory, so I should find this out and learn and try it out. All right, looks like Sonny Williams is given some final hugs here, and she's about to ingress into the capsule. So we're getting a little bit closer. Still 2.5 hours to go. Let's see if we've got any updates over I haven't had the audio on from the NASA stream, so I'm not hearing any of the communications. Probably would be a good idea to turn that on, but I want just a clean audio, a clean mission control audio. But let's see. Let's just check on some updates, make sure that we're not missing anything. Because I don't know of any, not aware of any issues so far. So far, we're in good shape. Talk about improper staging.
That is improper staging.
My capsule didn't want to be any part of my craft because it decoupled before my rockets even fired up. Oh, yep, that's where...
That is improper staging.
That's where that sound clip came from. that exact problem. All right, Wild West Dan is heading off. Thanks, Wild West Dan. We'll see you later. Is this rocket bigger than the Apollo rocket? No, this rocket is not bigger than Apollo. The Atlas V is not. The Apollo rocket is, well, was or is. I don't know. Do we consider Starliner operational rocket yet? We'll still call Apollo the largest operational rocket ever built. So yes, the Atlas V is not anywhere near the size of the Apollo rocket. The Apollo rocket was enormous because not only did it have to get astronauts to low Earth orbit, but it had to do a translunar injection burn and get astronauts on their way to the moon, all without, making sure that they didn't have to use the, capsule fuel reserves, because all that was needed for coming back to Earth. So, no, this is not as big as the Apollo rocket. This is much smaller. The Apollo Saturn V was enormous. Huge rocket. And actually, if you were hanging out with us the other day, we now have an Apollo rocket over here. We built the Apollo Lego finally. Let's move this over here. Right there. We built the Apollo Saturn V Lego set. I got it. It was gifted to me by my lovely wife like 4 years ago. And we finally built it live the other day on stream. So I don't blame anybody for not hanging out with us live while we built it, because it did take us 6.5 hours. But it is now built and it is ready to go. And it will sit back here in my studio from now on. In the new studio. Okay, so you get a full view of the new studio here while we're... This is not... So if you've joined our live streams in the past, I always used a green screen. This is not a green screen. That's my real studio. And you can kind of see that, we switched to like side cam mode. You kind of see this is the real deal. That's the studio. That's it. All those things behind me are really there. It's not a green screen this time. I may use the green screen from time to time, but today we've decided that we're not using the green screen. We're just going to use our normal background. You're so lucky. I want to get it in the day I could actually afford it. The day after it got retired, so I was bought. Well, the Apollo Saturn. I think you're talking about the Apollo Saturn V Lego. It's still available. You still can get it, although it is expensive. I think it's over $200 for that Lego. I mean, Legos in general are pricey, and yeah, it is still available, but it's an expensive Lego set. As most Lego sets, bigger Lego sets are, unfortunately. Because even the we've got the Lego space station, right? Let's see, right there. That's the Lego space station next to my little dinosaur. Lego space station's back there. That was kind of pricey too, though. It's not quite as big as the Saturn V, but it is. That's out there, and we've got. All right, keep switching cameras on you. At some point in the future, sorry, I almost lost my earpiece. At some point, we got this to build. The Lego, let's see, which way should I move this so that you guys can see it? The Lego lunar module. Get rid of the glare, maybe, possibly. This way. There you go. The Lego lunar module. That's pretty big, too. It's a big lunar module. We'll build that and put that in the studio here at some point. My next venture is the Artemis launch system. I've heard the Artemis Lego set takes a very long time. That is a big Lego set. I gotta turn off that little Earth thing. As the price of oil goes up, so will the Lego set prices. Just saying. Are Legos tied to the price of oil? I'm not aware of this phenomenon. All right, 2.5 hours to launch. Both astronauts now in the vehicle. Sonny Williams still getting strapped in. We will see the suit up process here in a little bit. I don't know what this is that she's holding. Maybe a 0G indicator. That would be interesting if... plastic comes from... Oh, okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I didn't really think about that, but... Okay. Sorry, reading a couple comments. We are the narwhal. Yeah, that little narwhal. I don't know if that's a 0G indicator. That's what half of those things are in the back of my studio there. The little dinosaurs, a 0G indicator, just to visually indicate zero gravity once they get up there. So we are getting pretty close. 2.5 hours to go. Let's talk. I mean, I know we mentioned this earlier, but in case you missed it. Let's talk about some of the issues that we had leading up to the launch. So we do have the that we had a launch attempt back on May 6th, scrubbed initially for an oxygen pressure relief valve. A lot of people are confused. They're kind of combining two issues together. But the main reason it was scrubbed on May 6th was an oxygen pressure relief valve, not on Starliner, but on the Centaur upper stage of the Atlas V rocket. That was actually an easy fix. Replace the valve, ready to go in a couple days, no problem. Problem solved. However, while they were fixing that issue, they discovered a helium leak. This was in the Starliner capsule itself. And so that's been a much longer process for figuring out what they're going to do. So if we take a look at the Starliner capsule here, we showed this a little bit earlier if you were with us earlier, but what has really taken the longest time between the last scrub and now has been this helium leak. Now the helium leak was related to these dog houses on the side. So if you hear anybody talk about the Starliner dog houses, that's this little doghouse looking structure here on the side of the service module. These are called the dog houses. It houses the OMAC thrusters that they use. One of the big things they use it for is the deorbit burn.
Deorberate.
And the helium system for that backfills the fuel tanks and the oxygen tanks to keep them pressurized, because if you're right, you have to make sure that your fuel and your oxygen actually gets to the engine. The way they do that is they pressurize the tanks as fuel and oxygen leave those tanks, the pressure would drop. So they backfill it with helium to make sure that the pressure stays up, so that as the fuel depletes, the tank is still pressurized and fuel and oxygen can still be pushed out of the tank to the engines, or to the thrusters rather. So they discovered a helium leak in one of these doghouses related to a flange on one of the thrusters. So each doghouse has multiple thrusters, and there is one thruster, one flange on one thruster in one doghouse. Now, that helium leak has not been fixed. That is an interesting note for this launch. So what they did instead for the last couple of weeks is analyze the risk, come up with contingency plans, figure out how to manage it, and they've determined that it is now manageable and that they are accepting the risk of the helium leak and they will fly anyways. So to give an idea of like what's at risk, right? So obviously the biggest thing is deorbiting and coming back to Earth.
It's going to deorbit.
Right? It's got to come back to Earth at some point. And it's only going to do that if you can deorbit.
Deorbit.
Do a deorbit burn. So those thrusters are primarily what does that. And they don't use all 4 doghouses for that purpose, right? They don't need all of them operational to do a deorbit burn.
It's going to deorbit.
They generally only use 2 of those doghouse pods to do that. They just need 2 of them on opposite sides so they get symmetrical thrust. If you only have 1 or you use 2 that are adjacent to each other, you're going to get asymmetrical thrust and the capsule would tumble. So they need 2 operational doghouses on both sides. What they have right now with the helium leak is that helium leak, when they discovered it, it was about a leak of 7 psi. When they got it when they were investigating in the vertical integration facility, it got as high as 70 to 80 psi, and that is the tank itself is about 3,000 psi. So it's a relatively small leak for the entire tank itself. There's about 50 pounds of helium stored on board. And at the leak rate that they're seeing, they're losing about half a pound of helium per day of operation. And they don't even use half of the helium that's on board. So losing half a pound a day for the mission still leaves tons of margin. And their plan is to launch the space station. When they get to the space station, they're going to close down the helium system so it stops leaking. And then they open it back up when they come back to Earth. So really, you're only talking a couple days of leaking. You're maybe losing 2-3 pounds of helium. They got tons of margin to still do it. They've said that they can manage a leak that is up to 100 times worse than the leak that they currently have. The only real, the big issue that could come from this is if that leak gets worse, it could shut down this entire doghouse, this thruster pod here. That alone is a small risk. If that happens, not a big deal. They can use the other 2 adjacent doghouses. The bigger issue that could happen is if that shuts down and something else goes wrong that they have not detected with an adjacent thruster pod, now you cannot use these for the deorbit burn.
It's going to deorbit.
So that's where now we've lost some redundancy, is if the leak gets worse and this fails, they've lost redundancy. So if they have another failure, they can't use these other OMAC thrusters. That being said, they do still have another contingency plan that they can use their other orbital thrusters to do the deorbit burn.
Deorbit.
They can do that with 2 deorbit burns instead of just typically they do 1 deorbit burn and come back to Earth, but they may have to do up to 2 deorbit burns to get back to Earth. So lots of contingency plans in place. The leak still exists. They're going to fly with it anyways, but they've fully analyzed it and they think that the risk here is very, very minimal and is not going to be a big deal. So I think they will be. I think they're going to be okay. But we're going to find out in 2 hours and 20 minutes. No, I think it'll be perfectly fine. And honestly, I don't think you'll even hear about anything with the leak today. It won't be until, if there is some sort of issue that they need to go into deeper with it, we would hear about it later in the mission. Let's see. So the only thing I don't like, I need to figure out a way to adjust this. The only thing I don't like with my new studio setup is I can't control music volume and YouTube volume. Oh, wait, no. Yes, I can. I'm still learning my new studio setup.
The clock, 2 hours, 21 minutes, 45 seconds until liftoff.
Oh, there we go.
And yes,
I can control
the
them
team
separately.
is ahead of schedule in a nominal timeline, as we call it. They were expecting to maybe be done with the crew ingressing or getting into the spacecraft at around 1 hour and 37 minutes before launch. And as you can see, they are done well beyond that time.
LC Field 2.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to make you aware that my topping valve I to P has failed and dropped to 0.
No.
Roger. AC, LC.
AC on 1.
Roger. Field 2's reported a I to P has given an anomaly. Please screen the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go.
LC Locks 2.
Go ahead.
I've just experienced a similar anomaly with my LOC 669 FCB I to P as well. Topping valve locks also commanded and is currently 0.
Okay, so you're in a stop flow effectively?
That's affirmed, not flagged, but the valves are all closed in the skid, so we're not
closed.
in the vehicle.
Copy that. Yeah, AC also for Locks 2.
Copy that.
Yeah, we can hear the launch conductor, Mr. Lebo, Doug Lebo, working some small anomalies right now that just popped up, some sensor indications for some loading valves. We'll see how the anomaly team works on it, but this is kind of how launches go. They receive some data and start looking at it and see what's possible and what to have to work on. So we'll hear more about that. In the meantime, it looks like they're getting ready.
Okay, so first of all, I got to turn the volume down on the NASA feed.
On air to ground 1.
Oh, doing some comm checks.
CDR, loud and clear, air to ground 1. TLT, loud and clear, air to ground 1.
Starliner Houston has both crew members loud and clear, air to ground 1. Stand by for a comm check of air to ground 2 via the T0 line. You're going to hear me and reply on air to ground 2. Stand by.
That's Josh Kutrig, the Capcom, my crewmate for Starliner 1.
These continued comm checks to make sure that
the wind noise on the NASA broadcast. I don't know if you guys can hear this pretty well, but of course I have earpieces there, earbuds. What are they called? And it's the wind noise is so loud in my ears.
Houston, TLT, loud and clear, air to ground 2.
And just to set expectations for our viewers, they will continue to hear comm checks almost up until liftoff. Like we hear them even within that final half hour, just to make sure that everything is still working as it should.
And right now we're talking through the.
Okay, so what I want to talk about here, I guess, is the issue that they just mentioned here. Is it sounds like they have some sort of issue with a topping valve. This would be on the Atlas V rocket itself, not the Starliner.
In 10 seconds, it will be L minus 2 hours, 18 minutes. 3, 2, 1, mark. L minus 2:18.
Good check.
Copy, good check.
LC, Slick on
CDR,
channel 1.
comm panel, lift
Go ahead,
off
Slick.
on air to ground 1 and 2.
Crew insertion
Lift
is
on
complete.
air to ground 2.
Roger.
Crew insertion is complete.
All right, you heard that call out. Crew insertion is complete.
Listen only on air to ground 2 just makes it a bit easier for us.
That's what I figured. Okay, there's Airground 1 only talk.
Okay, copy.
So
You're
Phil,
sounding real good and clear here, so it's all working. One other note from us is a thank you. Everyone here is enjoying a lot of breakfast, and we understand that you two had something to do with that.
Roger, you also command a top row at this point.
We'll go.
Kill 2's complete.
Hey, it's our pleasure. A well-fed team is a well-ready team, so we are happy you guys are well-fed.
You heard those communications there.
All right, so let's talk about one thing I want to do. Can I get a clean audio feed? I wonder if this is will give me clean audio. We'll try that. I don't know if that'll give me. If anybody feels like it, I really need a clean mission control audio feed, and I don't know how to. I don't know how to get that. I would love to have that. So that we don't have to listen to their commentary, because the commentary is killing me. They're doing commentary outside, and they're just getting a ton of wind noise in their mic. So, and it's a windy day there. So, anyways, the issue on the topping valve, it sounds like that's a topping valve on the Atlas V rocket. So the topping valves, we mentioned before, they fuel the rocket ahead of time. And then over time, they kind of it's pretty stable. They just kind of top it off. They're not flowing huge amounts of fuel into the vehicle. They're just gradually topping it off to make sure that fuel and oxygen levels stay where they need to be as they prepare for flight. And it sounds like something went wrong with, there were two issues that they reported. One was a topping valve. I didn't really catch what the second one was, but two similar issues where the topping valves closed and shut down and we're reading zero flow. And so there is a potential issue there. One thing that it does bring up, so this is a little bit interesting, and you might run into this with Crew Dragon as well, but one thing that's interesting about this method of preparation versus the load and go is if there's an issue, you can't really do anything, especially while the closeout crew is still on the pad, right? You don't really want to be messing with pressures or cycling valves or things like that. Different story if they can clear the crew out of there, the closeout crew, and they can clear the pad and arm the launch escape system, then you get into an area where now you can mess with some valves or pressures or things like that, because if something goes wrong during that process, you've got the launch escape system to pull them away. But you can't really do that while the crew access arm is still out and the closeout crew is still there. With the launch escape system is not armed, so you can't really do anything at this point. And if that topping valve is closed and they can't do anything about it, they kind of just have to sit there, and they either have to scrub if it gets bad. That's what happened on May 6th is they lost the pressure relief valve, and they can't wait until the closeout crew leaves, because at that point the vehicle might overpressurize, and so they have to scrub the mission and get everybody out of there. And this with a topping valve seems like they might be able to wait for a little bit longer in the flight before they make a decision. Like they might be able to wait until the closeout crew leaves, then they can kind of troubleshoot it and see if they can fix it before flight. But that is a downside of the load and go procedure, is if an issue comes up during fueling or with the topping, you can't do anything about it until the closeout crew leaves. So versus the SpaceX load and go method, there's no fuel in the rocket at all. Everybody gets in, load it, pad crew leaves, launch escape system's armed, and now they start fueling the rocket, and if anything comes up during the fueling process, they can tweak it. They can mess with it, they can recycle valves, things like that, because there's nobody there, launch escape system's armed, and it's now ready to go. So those are kind of the big differences there. All right, so Yeah, Hill CT says the timing doesn't match the official NASA broadcast stream. It says 2 hours and 13 minutes. You might want to refresh your feed there, because that happened like 5 minutes ago. So you might be watching us a little bit delayed. All right, so the crew has been... Yeah, so Framrick mentioned it's interesting that Old Space thought that the SpaceX method was less safe. Yeah, that is the interesting thing is when SpaceX said that they were going to do this load and go method, everybody was kind of up in arms like, oh my goodness, that's so unsafe. Like, you're going to load fuel while the astronaut... Because really, that is kind of the risky part of preparing a rocket, is the loading of fuel. Right? So there are lots of pressure changes. There's a large amount of fuel flowing in there. There are valves operating. Things can go wrong during the fuel process. And that is a riskier bit of the preparation. And a lot of people thought that it was risky to put astronauts on board and then start the fueling. But I don't know, to me, that never made any sense, because if something does go wrong, you have the launch escape system armed and ready, and it can pull the astronauts away to safety. The crazier thing to me is this method. Now, granted, the rocket is considered like stable at this point. It is fully fueled, but yeah, like that pressure relief valve issue that we had on May 6th, like if that valve just completely closes and pressure starts skyrocketing, you can't do anything. The launch escape system's not armed. You can't do anything about it. You got to get everybody out of there. I don't know. I'm not involved in these decisions or processes, but it seems to me that the load and go method is the safer way to go. At no point is anybody ever at any risk of the fueling process during load and go, because by the time the fuel starts flowing, the pad closeout crew is gone. The only people left are the astronauts, and they're in a capsule with a launch escape system armed and ready to go. So, yeah. Anyway, so this is where we stand. We're 2 hours and 10 minutes prior to launch. We're coming up on hatch closure. That's going to happen here in about half an hour. Half an hour to go until launch time. We've got...
Only the 6th time that NASA astronauts...
We got Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore in the vehicle. They're all fully strapped in. They still have to do leak checks on the cabin, and I haven't seen them do suit leak checks either. They still have to do that.
You know, when last asked how Butch and Sonny, each of them respectively, might feel once they're in Star.
You know what else I don't like about... I'm just going to talk about my new studio for a minute. The other thing I don't like about... What does this button do? Oh, that's interesting. I've never seen that button before. Huh, interesting. The only other thing I don't like about the new studio... My old soundboard... I used to have things that I could put in my ears that you guys wouldn't hear.
And LH2 Delta P. Looks like they all four are...
Roger.
Data's out of tolerance.
Roger. Understand, and that's a result of us not topping at this point. Are all four of those OTCs Delta P related?
Yes, sir, they are.
Yes. Okay, let's continue to monitor that while we're troubleshooting the topping valve situation.
I copy.
I think that was some conversation that talked about...
Okay, so what they just said there, they have a couple of readings on their liquid hydrogen and oxygen that are now out. They're considered out of tolerance, meaning they are not acceptable for launch. It's still 2 hours prior to launch, so I feel like we could still progress forward, but They have now, the readings on liquid hydrogen and oxygen have gone out of tolerance, primarily because they are not topping off the fuel. So the fuel is boiling off and it's being vented out so it doesn't overpressurize the vehicle, but they're not replenishing it with additional fuel during a topping procedure that they typically would do. And so right now they've fallen out of tolerance. Now, if they can, they're going to have to resolve that topping valve so that they can top off the rocket fuel, because they can't launch. The fuel is going to boil off for the next 2 hours, and they need to be able to top it off. As of right, it sounds like right now they're not topping off their fuel because of the one or two or more of the topping valves have failed. So we got to see. Again, this is an issue on the Atlas V, or it could also be GSE, ground service equipment. I'm not sure where that topping valve is that they're referring to, whether it's on the rocket itself or on the ground servicing equipment. So it could be the pad, it could be the Atlas V rocket. It is not the Starliner capsule that's having an issue at the moment. So, hey, Matthew A 0272 sent over a super chat. Thank you, Matthew A. Bigelow Aero have anything to do with the capsule? No, I don't think Bigelow Aerospace is involved. Satyam Ja. I don't know how to say that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you know that Bigelow Aerospace partner... Do you know that Bigelow Aerospace partnership with NASA did the National Institute of Discovery Science program and presented proof of ghosts? No, I have not heard of this. I don't believe you. I don't think there is any proof of ghosts out there that I've seen. I'd be interested to see what you're referring to on that. That's more comms coming through.
Brandon now watching the launch with family and other Starliner coworkers.
Yeah, no, I gave you crew insertion is complete, so the team did exit the vehicle, put the last couple bags in, and they're starting hatch closure preps, and we'll stand by for approval to close hatch.
Roger.
I bet Zach was surprised to get the phone call from...
All right, so they're just waiting to close up the hatch. They're getting pretty close to that point. We've got Bigelow. Yeah, Bigelow definitely. So Bigelow Aerospace, they were working on inflatable modules for the International Space Station at one point. I thought that project was pretty much dead. It's been a while since I've looked at that. I visited the Bigelow, well, wasn't really, I visited the outside. I just went, I showed up unannounced to the Bigelow factory. They were going to let me do a tour, but they just couldn't accommodate. I gave them too short of a timeline to accommodate it. But so I saw the outside of the Bigelow factory, and it's in Las Vegas. But yeah, they were working on some inflatable space station modules at one point. Well, we're getting into paranormal world here. Satyam Ja, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. He said,
ULA is working an issue with a Centaur topping valve. No safety concerns we're monitoring, and we'll let you know where it goes, but that's the reason for the delay on hatch closure. We'll keep you abreast.
All right, thanks for the answer.
And that
Okay, so sounds like that topping valve issue that we're currently investigating is due to a topping valve that is specifically on the Centaur upper stage, which is kind of what we're looking at here right now is the Centaur upper stage that's between Starliner and the first stage there, that little skinny parts. There is a topping valve issue on the Centaur upper stage, so they are not able to top off the rocket fuel and oxygen. That's a problem. Potentially might fix it, but right now they are delaying hatch closure because of that issue. We do have, there are lots of areas in the countdown where they have like buffer time. So it's not a huge issue if they delay the hatch closure. They've got some buffer time built into the count, so they can work through it. Let's go. We'll go back to paranormal discussion. Satcham, thank you for the super chat. Says, when paranormal researchers and alien researchers did a partnership, it became more powerful. With time for disclosure and rise of a new branch of science, paranormal science. Well, you know what? I'm all for new science and new branches. So I'm not aware of any disclosures that you're referring to about NASA proving the existence of ghosts. But you know what? I'm all for furthering scientific research. So go for it. Let's see. Matt Green, thank you very much for the super chat. Matt, this is my first Overlook Horizon stream in quite some time. I missed you and hope to see more in the future. Yeah, well, it's my first live stream in quite some time as well, other than the Lego build stream that we did a little while ago. That was kind of, we were just messing around a little bit. But we do have, Matt, in case you missed it, we've got a whole brand new studio. Brand new studio here behind us that I'll do a whole video about the new studio, what's new, why we did it, why it's cool, what it's got. But this, in the past, I've used a green screen. This is not a green screen. That's my real studio. This is really what the room looks like. And you can kind of see it because you get a little side view, so you can see some depth here. It's a real studio now. Kind of cool. I'm excited for it. Really gets me excited for doing things and making stuff, and I plan to do more. So Skyfire85 says, Tori, good to see you again. Good to see you, Skyfire85. Thanks for joining us here. Matthew A0272 says, Wikipedia says that Starliner sometimes confused with the earlier and similar Orion-derived Orion Light proposal that Bigelow Aerospace, that might explain it. Oh, okay. Maybe Matthew's onto something about the Bigelow Aerospace thing. So a lot of people confuse Starliner with the early development of the Orion-derived Orion Light. With these anomalies, can the astronauts refuse to fly, or since they're picked, they're committed? I mean, the astronauts, of course, they can always refuse to fly. The thing is, like, the astronauts generally have faith in the astronauts are involved in the development of the vehicle. They're not physically building the vehicle, but they're involved in the development. They're involved in the training and the testing, and they do launch rehearsals, and so they know all the different processes for like what's actually involved and what can go wrong and how they resolve issues like this. So it's not completely, I don't think that the astronauts are real, like, they're not sitting in the rocket like, I hope it goes well. Like, they're feeling pretty confident. Like, they know the launch teams are monitoring. They know that they're going to make safe decisions. They know that if this topping valve doesn't get resolved, they're not just going to yeet the rocket into space and say like, all right, hope it works. Like, that's just not what they're going to do at all. I mean, they're going to go through all their procedures. If it turns out there's an issue and this anomaly can't be resolved, launch will get scrubbed today, and they'll try a different day. Again, this is the current anomaly that they're investigating and trying to resolve is an issue with the Centaur upper stage of the Atlas V rocket. It is not an issue with Starliner right now.
And the more experience with it, the safer we will be and the better operational we will be.
I heard the only 3 engineering tools you ever need are duct tape, WD-40, and a large hammer. That sounds like my kind of building. With a complete server rack. Oh yeah, Sebi saw my server rack. I do have a server rack in here. Thanks for noticing. My server rack is right here. I have like a closet over there, and I was gonna throw the server rack in the closet, but I was like, no, you know what? My server rack actually looks pretty cool. I almost want to like light it up and put an actual studio light on it because it's kind of cool looking. I don't know. I geek out over that stuff, so I love the server rack. So yeah, I do have a server rack mounted in the wall there. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Comment from Sebi the Time Waster. I need a thorough, detailed explanation on why it's cool. Oh, you will get a thorough, detailed explanation on why this studio is cool. I'm excited for it. Go through a couple more comments. Satyam he's still heavy on the paranormal discussion. When Bigelow Aerospace did research for finding ghosts, they concluded that ghost stories are nothing but extra-dimensional beings interacting with humans and creating paranormal. All right. They pick people that don't panic. Yeah. Satyam also says, search Bigelow and you will get each and every information about this research. All right, I'll take a look. I'm not going to do it now. I'll take a look at it. I'll see what you're talking about. The next live stream, you remind me again. I'll make the promise to you that I'll try to figure out what you're talking about. And in the next live stream, I will comment further because I don't have a clue what you're talking about, to be perfectly honest. But I'll make the promise to you that I will go look at what you're talking about. And then we can talk more later. Let's see. Skyfire 85 over on the Twitches. Agreed. It's not like they're Rockhound from Armageddon. You know, we're sitting on 4 million pounds of fuel, 1 nuclear weapon, and a thing that has 270,000 moving parts built by the lowest bidder. Makes you feel good, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, that is true. And yet Starliner and ULA were not the lowest bidder, so they're definitely they almost double of what SpaceX bid. So maybe that's some comfort. They're not the lowest bidder. Yeah, the astronauts are, they're fully trained for this type of mission. They have tons of contingency plans. The launch is not going to happen if the rocket and the vehicle are not safe. There's lots of redundancies involved, but yeah, and they're going to make sure that everything is working before we launch. But we still got a little less than 2 hours. We're in good shape. We're okay. Well, I shouldn't say we're in good shape. We're in decent shape. We got hatch closure is delayed right now because of this topping valve. And we need to figure out what they're doing there. Hill CT, the lowest bidder has completed 8 crew launches. This is true. The lowest bidder is doing quite well, actually.
Our Russian partners stepped up and we started flying people up and down regularly on the Soyuz, where up to that point all of our crew members were being really launched on the space shuttle.
All right, let's go through. So we're under 2 hours to launch here. I'm curious. I'm kind of looking at our updates to see if they have any more details about anybody has any more details about that topping valve. Teams reporting there are no safety concerns as far as the crew is concerned, but they continue to halt. They have halted topping of the Centaur upper stage for now. They're also waiting to close the hatch on Starliner. Yep, so that's all the information that I have right now, is just that we have a halt in the topping of the Centaur upper stage. So we'll see where that takes us here, hopefully shortly, because hatch closure is supposed to be completed at about T-minus 1 hour and 25 minutes. I should say L-minus. So they, ULA and Atlas V is a little bit different than SpaceX in the way they count down to launches. You're probably not going to notice it today because the only timeline they're going to show us is what's called the L-minus timeline.
So now it's often held by...
sorry, I thought they were mission control or launch control was talking there, but the L-minus timeline, I should change it in my little clock there. It's technically... Actually, I could do that. I have a way to toggle that. Why didn't I do that before? The L-minus timeline just means that is the... L-minus is the actual time to launch. And T-minus is more of like a scripted timeline that is like for certain events that happen. There we go. I changed it to L-minus. So in a lot of instances, like SpaceX, their T-minus and their L-minus clocks are technically the same. They follow the same timeline. But in the case of Atlas V, the T-minus clock right now is actually holding at T-minus 4 minutes.
Then we need to switch from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1. That'll be a SYS function. Once that's complete, we can go ahead and reestablish good monitors and a burst safing capability, and that should put us into a position to proceed.
Roger. And do we have an estimate when the still test be complete?
I was told 5 minutes ago about 5 minutes, so it should be imminent.
Roger. And LC concurs with this. LD?
LD concurs.
Roger. And AC, could we get an update on the still test?
I'll get that right now.
And SYS LC?
Go.
Roger. Do you have the steps as were outlined for executing this?
That's affirmative.
Switch? Okay. Okay, let's see, flight channel 1?
Flight here.
Yeah, Roger, I understand we kind of want to give the broader team a little insight to what we're planning to do here, so if we want to merge the net, we could do that at this time.
In work.
All right, sounds like we got a bigger
NLC,
team
the pad team is on channel 1. We'll be listening in.
Roger, thank you.
LC flight and Starliner flight, we merged channel 1 and air-to-ground 1. So LC, give the crew and the pad team an update.
Roger, and Starliner, can you copy me?
Catch it loud and clear, LC.
Roger. So at this time, what we have is a control issue going to the LOX and hydrogen topping valve. So they are both closed this time, so we're not topping Centaur at this time. So we put in a troubleshooting plan together, and we're going to switch the control logic from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1 because we have redundancy in our control system. And so we're going to switch to VRIC 1 and hopefully restore this topping control and get the vehicle back into topping mode.
Great, copy out. Standing by.
Roger.
Copies as well.
Blue team lead copies.
Roger. And flight, let's go ahead and leave this, if you can, leave this merge till we're done. Should take about 5 minutes to complete this operation.
I'll see you copy. Leave your merge.
Roger.
So it sounds like they're going to do a fill test here to see if they can regain control of the topping valves. Right now, they are not topping fuel off in the Centaur upper stage of the rocket. They're going to make a change in the control. I didn't quite follow.
Heard some more communication
exactly
about
what they were
the
changing.
topping issue on Centaur. So let's head back over to ULA's Dylan Rice to walk us through any other updates from the team.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, so we did get quite a bit of an update there just a few moments ago as Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo briefed the crew and Starliner, and I can add to that a little bit. But basically, what has happened is the communication to the Centaur topping valves, which are on the mobile launch platform. These are the valves that control the replenishment of oxygen and hydrogen on the Centaur upper stage as it warms up and evaporates. We stopped getting some data from those valves, and the team has talked through the troubleshooting steps to switch to our redundant control circuitry on those valves. So we'll be using the same valves on the mobile launch platform, but using our redundant control circuitry. But as I said a few moments ago, anytime we're going to be interrupting data or changing a configuration, we brief the entire team to include the flight crew. And you also may have heard in the background there that we're the word SIL test, and so we actually are simulating that activity in a lab prior to performing it on the pad, just to double verify the procedures for switching to those redundant control circuits. So that will be taking just a couple of minutes to wrap up that test, and once that procedure's been verified, then the team will implement that corrective action to switch to the backup control circuitry on those Centaur topping valves on the mobile launch platform. So for now, the rocket remains stable. Again, the only impact here is that we're not currently replenishing propellant on Centaur, but with our schedule today, we do have quite a bit of time to get this issue resolved and resume topping on Centaur, which would only take a couple of minutes to get us topped back up to our flight levels where we'd expect. So we will continue to listen and stand by as the team wraps up that exercise and just verifying.
And Starliner, LC on channel 1. Flight here.
Starliner, go ahead.
Yeah, Roger. So right now we are exercising the steps to do the transfer from VREC 3 to VREC 1. We're executing that in our SIL test in the SIL lab just to make sure that we have the proper procedure set before we execute it here on the pad. So team's asked for a few more minutes to complete that test.
Starliner, copy. Standing by.
Flight copy.
And so, Megan, as you just heard there, that was again the chief launch conductor, informing the broader team there that the team in the lab is just taking some additional time to exercise those procedure steps before we implement those and switch to that redundant control circuitry. So that's the update from the ASOC, Megan. I'll give it back to you, and then we'll get back together here in a few minutes when we have another update and the situation's been resolved.
All right. So it sounds like, just to repeat what they said there, the Centaur upper stage that is not topping the rocket off right now, the actual valve itself is fine. It is they've lost data communication with the topping valve. So what they're going to do to resolve it sounds like because they lost data, the valve's closed. And now what they're going to do is switch to a backup redundant communication circuit, use that to communicate with the valves, and that should restore them back to a normal topping procedure. If that's the case, then we should be able to launch normally. So it's actually not an issue with the vehicle itself, it sounds like. So this sounds more like ground servicing equipment that they lost a data circuit somehow. So they're going to do that, but they did say that they're testing it in a SIL lab. It's basically I thought they were doing a fill test, but no. They're testing it in a SIL lab, which is just a simulation environment. They want to test the procedures. Probably a good thing to do. You're going to test the procedure, make sure that it goes, that everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. Testing that in the lab, in the simulation lab first, and then they'll execute those steps on the launch pad. It sounds like that process is going to happen here momentarily. They said 5 minutes. That was like 8 minutes ago. So any minute, I imagine, they're going to execute those steps on the launch pad. And then potentially they'll be able to they'll be able to start topping the rocket again. That topping process, they can kind of control the fuel flow rate. And so it should only take them a couple minutes to recover and get back to normal. But that's where they stand right now. So it does sound like they have a path forward. The question really is going to be when they switch over from...
Roger.
Hatch closure was scheduled for 1 hour and 10 minutes before launch. So again, we still have about 30 minutes to close this hatch and get everything ready for launch. But for now, let's head on over to Daryl Nail. He is in hangar A.
Okay, so yeah, it sounds like I think I caught it just as I was pulling the volume up, but I think they said that the simulation test is done. So now they may be starting to do the execution of those steps on the actual launch pad, and then we'll see if that restores access to those topping valves, and then we can continue like normal. Skyfire 85 said, "Why is the diameter of Starliner so much more than the launch vehicle? That looks like it was made in KSP." Yeah, it is. It is interesting. That's, from what I'm told, that was actually one like really difficult problem to solve, was the larger size of Starliner, which is kind of needed for crew and cargo. Like, you can't really change. It's not so much the capsule size that's a problem. It's the skinny Centaur upper stage that's a problem. And, you know, the Centaur rocket was already an established rocket. You can't really change that. But yeah, they did have to, that was a big thing that they had to work through to try to fit the Starliner on top of the Atlas V and the Centaur rocket, because the Atlas V really cost-wise made much more sense than launching on, like, you know, Delta IV Heavy or something like that. But yeah, Starliner being so large and so much heavier than the Centaur is really normally prepared for, you know, kind of made it like crushing a soda can or a pop can, wherever you're from, is trying to support all that weight there. So yeah, that was an interesting problem, but it is something they worked through. Fortunately, yeah, Framrick says, fortunately they had some Lego pieces left over to make a collar or a skirt. Yeah. Yeah, they had a couple extra pieces lying around, so they could solve it. All right, so we're 1 hour and 40 minutes. They don't have to. We're still delaying hatch closure. They don't have to close the hatch until, they said 1 hour and 10 minutes. I don't know. My timeline says 1 hour and 25 minutes, but they just said 1 hour and 10 minutes on the broadcast. Hey, my friend Zach from the launch pad has just become a channel member at the rocket engineer tier. Thanks, Zach, at the launch pad. Check out Zach's channel, the launch pad. He puts out some pretty awesome content over there. What is that? What does that sound? Something's humming in my studio. Couldn't figure out what it was. It's gone. I'm sure it's fine. That's probably the valves coming back online. That's all it was. was like, what does that sound? The launch pad, another day, another valve. Are we surprised yet? Yeah, it is. It's not a cricket again. No, it was not. It was not a cricket this time. It was. The cricket's here though. I'm in control of the cricket now. I have full control over all cricket activity in the studio at this time. Anyways, Zach said another day, another valve. Are we surprised yet? Yeah, it's it is. I don't know. It just seems like it's just one thing after another, which it just does get frustrating. But the good news is, as they mentioned, like the valve itself is okay. So we don't have to swap it. We don't have to swap any parts, at least as far as we know. There are no parts to swap on the vehicle at this time. But we do need, we do have a communication issue from the ground servicing equipment to the topping valve. And right now they're trying to switch to a backup communication circuit to communicate with that topping valve. That's where we currently stand. As far as we know, the valve itself is fine. Maybe. We'll see where we stand. But they have delayed hatch closure. Hatch closure was supposed to be done. I don't know. According to my timeline, hatch closure was supposed to be done in about 11 minutes from now. Carol says the valve is fine. It's just the Bluetooth transceiver on the valve is out of range. Yeah. Somebody's got to get closer. Just get closer and hold the antenna up in the air. That'll be fine. It'll be fine, I'm sure. They'll get it resolved. We'll see. Hopefully they can get this resolved before launch. The question now is going to be, I don't know, it sounded like a pretty quick fix. If what they think will fix it. It sounded like they were only a few minutes away. Then they were going to start topping the vehicle again. Let's see if I have any other updates. Christian Davenport from the Washington Post said online, he says, "Who says ULA doesn't do load and go?" Yeah, that is kind of a funny thing is the Atlas V and the Centaur rocket are not supposed to be a load and go rocket. It's supposed to be loaded, just kind of gently topped off before launch, and you're not supposed to be loading large amounts of fuel. But because of this issue, it's almost transitioning into a load and go method because they're trying to fix this issue. In the process, they have fuel, hydrogen and oxygen that are boiling off and being vented out. And so every minute they're losing more and more fuel. And eventually, once they fix this, they're going to have to flow a bunch of fuel into it to get it back up to the level it's supposed to be, which is a lot closer to load and go like the Crew Dragon and the Falcon 9 do. So yeah, they're
I'm ready to
about to hear an update on
steps to switch the card on the BRIC.
Roger. LD, gentlemen.
LD-1.
Proceed, AC.
Okay, we did run through this through the SIL. Slight modification from what I described earlier. First, SOS option 547 to disable her safety. Option 548 to switch BRIC 3 to 1 for both the analog and PCM. Then there is a couple command lines that the SYS has that will be utilized during the switch. Finally, re-enabling the HER safing using option 547. I'd like to implement that this time.
Roger. And understand and concur. LD?
LD concur.
Roger. SYS LC?
Yeah.
Roger. Are you ready to implement at this time?
Affirmative.
Roger. Proceed.
In work. We'll report when complete.
Roger. And Fuel 2 and LOX 1 LC?
Box 1, Field 2.
Roger. So during this transfer, you may pick up plume on number 29 and 31 due to a miscompare, but there's no issue with that, and we'll just clear that after the switch is complete.
Copy. Roger.
Okay, with that update, then the launch conductor and the launch.
Yeah, so looks like they've got a procedure in place. They're gonna proceed and see if they can fix this issue here and still get a good launch today. We hope that that things will still go off. So these are, I should clarify, it sounds like the issue with the topping valves, that these are ground side valves, not valves on the actual vehicle itself. These are valves that are on the ground side, so ground servicing equipment, ground servicing communications. They are the vehicle. Steve Jenkins says, how long does it take to fuel this thing up? The vehicle is mostly fueled. Generally, it takes about 2 hours. They start from T-minus 6 hours. They go to T-minus 4 hours. That's the fueling process, is about 2 hours to fuel the entire rocket. That said, it's probably a little less than it, because I don't think they actually start fueling until like 5:40 something, 47 or something like that. So yeah, it's probably like an hour and 45 minutes or so to fuel the rocket, or hour and 40 minutes to fuel everything up. So generally it's completely fueled by T-minus 4 hours. And then the idea is that they're just going to top off the rocket with small amounts of fuel gradually as the fuel boils and it needs to vent off to prevent overpressurization. They just kind of gradually flow a little tiny bit of fuel into the rocket, so nothing too crazy. About 25 or maybe 30 minutes ago, we got a report that the topping operations have stopped. Valves are closed, and that is because they lost communication with the topping valves, and they are now at a point where they think they've identified the issue. They're going to switch to a different communication circuitry with the valves and reestablish communication with the topping valves, and then start topping the vehicle again. So that's the plan. That's what they think they're going to be able to do. They're about to execute that, and then they'll move on to hatch closure. So I think they just want to make sure that that topping of the fuel can happen before they go through the whole hatch closure procedure. So hatch closure is supposed to happen in about, well, it's supposed to be done about 5 minutes from now, but they have delayed that. It is not happening right now. So the NASA broadcast did say that they can close it by an hour and 10 minutes.
So Lock 1 and Fuel 2, go ahead and reestablish topping at this time.
Oh.
Roger.
And Box 2, LC.
Go ahead.
Roger, you can reestablish topping also.
Oh, all right.
Roger.
And with that confirmation that the ULA team is able to...
Go ahead.
I just received an UTC for the second stage gaseous helium model mass, line item 260. Data went out of tolerance mode.
We have another.
Okay, copy.
Something else out of tolerance. That sounded like
the ULA team is able to
go ahead.
Continue topping off.
Since our helium bottles are venting.
Can you hit a stop flow on that? Or do you understand why they're venting?
Helium is venting right now, which is not good.
Looks like I've got a valve failed to verify.
And IFS LC channel 1.
Press on 1.
Right, is there an action we can take to stop venting?
Occur with a stop flow.
Roger, PNE2, did you copy stop flow?
I copy inward.
So we have now we have another anomaly on the helium system. That also
sounds like the United Launch Alliance engineers.
LCS complete, and it did stop the vent.
Roger.
They re-enabled the
AC LC channel 1.
KC-1.
Roger. During the transfer repairs that we did pick up Centaur helium bottle venting command, which looks like, I don't know, we vented about 1,000 psi. If you would please convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go.
So they just lost 1,000 psi of helium.
And as they re-enabled comm with the valves, it looks like they had some startup transients, and they're looking into what happened, including the helium pressurization tanks. So they definitely are looking at it with the anomaly team, and they should have some recommendations soon.
So basically, they had transferred to that redundant data tracker. And when they did that, they felt confident to start topping off liquid oxygen and hydrogen in the Centaur again. But in doing that, they got another
Go ahead, Lock 2.
At this time, I'm about
indicator.
to resume topping, but I will need to perform the transfer.
Roger. Proceed.
So that call, they said that they can continue topping the liquid oxygen, and we'll see how the rest of it goes. But yeah, when you start something new, you get these new transients. You get some messages and alarms, and you have to look at each one to make sure that that you're in a good configuration.
And SYS, LC. Roger. Just as a result of the switch there to VRIC 1, you're seeing all normal operation at this time.
That's affirmative.
Roger.
So the good news is that they resolved.
And LOX 1, advise when you're reestablished topping.
Roger, we're still in Rachel right now. It should be any minute now.
Roger.
So it looks like...
I'll see we're reestablished topping.
Roger.
Topping is back in place.
It looks like we are reestablished.
Go ahead.
Yes, as understood, we got the booster locks 10% full alarm this time. Out of tolerance.
Roger. And we've reestablished topping, so we should get that restored here shortly.
Understand, just wanted to make you aware.
Thank you.
So the good news is that we're retopping on the liquid oxygen side. Some of the messages associated with the liquid oxygen are expected for the configuration we were in, but we definitely had to check them. And it's still a little bit open, and at least to me, Megan, and Dee, is that we'll see what's going on with the liquid hydrogen side. They're still working this.
Yeah, just to give people a little more insight again, you know, we have these loops, and our commentators, as you've heard throughout the show, they're listening to those back channel conversations that us here at the host desk, as well as you guys, the viewers, we are not hearing all of those conversations. So it's really nice when we do get to hear updates from our commentators, because they can really fill us in on what we're hearing, because what we're hearing is...
Yeah, so what we've got going on right now, it sounds like they've resolved the topping issue only on the liquid oxygen side. So Centaur's liquid oxygen system is now topping back to normal. I didn't hear them topping the liquid hydrogen tank. That needs to be resolved. But also, during that whole process, they got an alarm that the helium tanks were venting, and those are not supposed to vent. The helium tanks started venting. They lost, what'd they say, 1,000 psi. They lost 1,000 psi of helium. Now this is, we got to stay with us, everybody. This is not the helium leak on Starliner. Everything that we're having right now is the Centaur upper stage on the rocket. So this is... These are Atlas V, specifically the Centaur upper stage issues that we're running into today.
PNE2, LC.
Go ahead.
Start Centaur and chill down.
Roger.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Looking for approval to go ahead and move the hatch frame and continue with hatch closure preps.
Roger, proceed.
Copy.
They are looks like they're proceeding with hatch closure. So that's That's good news. They're proceeding with.
I'm ready for provide a recommendation for the Centaur bottle
This
repress.
is the big news here.
Roger. LD, channel 1.
LD on 1.
Proceed, AC.
Okay, so we need to have the PNE2 use option 350 to reset the stop flow, and then option 320 to deselect resume. That will get us back in configuration and recharge the bottle.
Roger. Understand and concur. LD?
LD concurs.
And PNE2, LC?
Go ahead.
Roger, you ready to execute that at this time?
Can you please repeat the steps? I was initiating CEC.
Roger. That's option 350 to reset the stop flow, and then 320 to deselect and resume.
Copy. I'm prepared.
Roger, proceed.
Roger.
Okay,
so it sounds like that the ULA is still pressing forward, and that allows the pad team to begin hatch closing.
Go ahead.
Without actually closing the hatch,
have you
they're
been
just
able
getting
to,
ready.
Restart topping at this time?
Affirmative. In topping.
Roger. And everything's nominal?
Affirmative.
At some point, could you give me an estimate when you think you'd be back at flight level?
Affirmative. I will get back to you.
Thank you.
All right, that was a good call
And
out
lock
there.
2 LC.
Go ahead.
Roger, have you initiated topping yet?
That's firm rechill was successful, currently at 98.9.
Roger.
Well, it sounds like our elements are taken care of with
Flight,
oxygen.
Slick, and Starliner,
and
channel
helium.
1.
Here we go.
Flight here.
Starliner, go ahead.
Roger. So at this time, we've completed the transfer from VREC 3 to VREC 1, and all our systems are back active topping and returning Centaur helium to flight pressure. So at this time, I think we're on track to continue with the countdown, and flight, I think we can demerge these nets for the time being.
That's great news right there.
Good news, LC. Nice work.
Roger. Thanks, Starliner.
Good news, flight copies will deconfigure.
All right, a lot of good call outs there,
All
a lot
right.
of good updates. So why don't
So
we
that was
toss it over to ULA's Dylan Rice.
Approximately 20 minutes.
Roger.
So they just said they need about 20 minutes to get the liquid hydrogen system back up to flight levels. Got plenty of time. That leaves us an hour before launch. The liquid oxygen levels were at 98.9%, I think is what they said.
Wondering if you had an estimated for hatch closure weather brief.
Yeah, getting ready to issue that right now.
Roger.
RC, LC?
RC on 1.
Conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
LC locks 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LO2 at flight level.
Roger.
LC PNE2.
Go ahead.
Bottles have returned to flight mass and flight pressure.
Roger. There we go. Liquid oxygen and helium on Centaur are both normal now.
Okay, so yeah, a lot of.
There we go. All right, so that's great news. It sounds like all those anomalies that we had are now completely resolved. Topping has resumed. Liquid oxygen is back to normal levels. That helium venting that they experienced.
Power on crew access arm hydraulic heater as required.
Roger.
So Centaur liquid oxygen is
They've resolved the helium issue, and they've recharged the helium tanks back to flight levels. So liquid oxygen and helium back to normal. They are topping the liquid hydrogen tank. That they said they needed about 20 minutes, so probably about 18 more minutes to go on that, and then they will be back to flight necessary levels on the Centaur. So all issues are pretty much resolved, and they're pushing forward towards a launch in an hour and 18 minutes. We're getting a lot closer. All right, here's what I'm going to do, because I've been going now for... how long have we been going? 2.5 hours, and I've gone through 3 bottles of water. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break because we're an hour and 18 minutes to launch. So we'll leave this up here and going. I'm going to take a real brief break while I can before all the real exciting action happens. And then
there will be a weather briefing first to decide whether or not they should move forward with the hatch close. While we wait for that, let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Jim May and Mission Control.
Oh, listen to this
Just want to give you step 220, Centaur engine shutdown initiated.
Flight control team here in Houston.
Okay, so they're in good shape here. I'm gonna take a quick break, and we'll come back, and we're gonna see this thing hopefully launch in an hour and 15 minutes. All right, stick around. Don't go anywhere. I will be. I'll be right back.
So once
we're about an hour and 16 minutes away from today's liftoff, and once we do lift off, the crew will have a 25.5-hour ride to get to the International Space Station. And with this being the crewed flight, they'll have a number of test or flight test objectives to work through, putting the Starliner systems through its paces to prove them out before operational flight begins. First of those will come after Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams reach orbit today, when they'll be doing some manual piloting checkouts while they're still well away from the space station. They'll be flying some attitude maneuvers, changing Starliner's orientation, using only visual cues to start with, and then using Starliner's attitude direction indicator, which will be used for all of those other planned attitude maneuvers. And they're also going to point the spacecraft's tail to the sun to demonstrate that it can use solar arrays to recharge its batteries.
And once they arrive near station, they'll take over with manual control again to demonstrate their ability to station keep for about 5 minutes at the opening of the approach corridor. And this corridor reaches out to about 260 meters away from the forward docking port on the ISS Harmony node, or as you may hear later on the broadcast, node 2 forward. This maneuver should be pretty familiar to both Butch and Sunny because it's very similar to flight ops they performed while in the Navy, like lining up an aircraft with a refueling tanker,
and Slick LC channel
or
1,
landing approach with a carrier. Like lining up an aircraft with a refueling tanker, landing on a carrier,
Slick on channel.
also hovering.
Roger, Slick. You have a go to proceed with hatch closure.
Roger.
Just heard the teams across the country, they're pulling to go ahead with the hatch closure. So that's good news moving forward with the countdown. I'm sorry, Jim, go ahead with what you were saying.
No worries. Talking about the manual piloting demo the crew's going to do while hovering out in front of ISS.
Starliner, be advised we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
Outstanding. Nice job, guys. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Much appreciated. See you when you
or longer.
And with Butch planning on staying up there longer, maybe he'll do a couple extra manual piloting demos for us while he's around there. But when they fly with these manual flight controls, it'll be 6 degree of freedom control using both joysticks. One called the rotational hand controller for changing direction. The other called the translational hand controller, similar to a throttle in an aircraft, but instead of one direction, you can go up, down, left, right, forward, and back.
That's right, but we've got to get into orbit before we get to any of that. So we've got another hour and 13 minutes until today's 10:34 p.m. Eastern launch today. Flight Director Mike Lammers has been keeping a close eye on all these activities as crew got into their seats and went through the suit leak checks. We'll have a few more things to watch as we go through the hatch closures, including the capsule leak checks. And in about an hour, Lammers will be pulling for a Go or no go here in Houston, hoping to get a thumbs up across the board for today's launch. He'll be speaking for this team when he gives his final go or no go to the launch conductor about 7 minutes before launch.
And the International Space Station also has to be go to welcome Starliner tomorrow. So let's go back to Space Station Flight Control Room and NASA's Rob Navius for an update. Rob?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Flight Director Pooja Jasrani on console at this hour with the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. They'll be polling their team to get the green light to proceed with the countdown and the launch that hopefully will culminate with a docking by Starliner to the Harmony module of the International Space Station at 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. During the week or so that Wilmore and Williams are aboard the International Space Station, each dock day will see a different variety of activity for the Starliner duo. On Monday, for example, Wilmore and Williams will continue unloading cargo they brought to the station and will transfer some used emergency equipment from station to Starliner for the trip back to Earth. They'll stow their launch and entry suits aboard the vehicle and conduct a debrief with NASA and Boeing officials about the rendezvous and docking phase of the mission. Once Starliner's batteries are charged through station power resources, Starliner will be configured for quiescent operations. So with hatch closure in the offing and the countdown proceeding for a liftoff 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 40 seconds from now, we'll toss it back from the Space Station Flight Control Room to you folks down at the Cape.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the official broadcast of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test, or CFT. What you are seeing now is a live look from one of our helicopters here along the Space Coast, orbiting the Starliner spacecraft atop a ULA Atlas V rocket. Inside that Starliner spacecraft, 2 NASA astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, pilot.
Maybe I just didn't get it formally from you, but you're back at flight level.
Affirmative.
Roger.
At launch, Butch and Sonny will make history as the first people to fly aboard Boeing's Starliner capsule. And liftoff is targeted for about an hour and 10 minutes from now at 12:25 and 40 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. And we are happily proceeding, marching towards that T0 after a busy hour. Mike, can you kind of recap for people the last
All right, so there's our quick little intermission there. Thanks for letting me take a break. So we are an hour and 10 minutes to launch. We've had a couple anomalies this morning. We are now in good shape here. We've resolved all, I say we like I'm involved. I'm not involved. But we have resolved all the issues leading up to launch this morning. And now we've got a pretty good chance of actually seeing a launch attempt. So I think the only thing that we're missing right now to finally kind of close out the anomaly issues that we had before is that they stopped topping the fuel in the rocket. The liquid oxygen and liquid helium or liquid hydrogen stopped topping off. That boiled off, some of it was venting away, so the levels dropped. They weren't being topped off. Now they have resolved that. Liquid oxygen is back to normal levels. Liquid hydrogen is still being topped off and coming up to flight levels. That was expected to reach back to flight levels here in about 9 minutes or so. So we should be coming up and getting the liquid hydrogen back to flight levels, but...
Verified. FTS LC.
This FTS.
Start final open loop FTS test.
Roger.
And FTS stands for Flight Termination System in case the rocket were to go off course. Of course, by that time, the Starliner, if the FTS were needed, the Starliner would fly out of the way. And but that's just a normal test right now, and you can see they're...
So we're getting into flight. They're testing flight termination systems. They're trying to get the hatch closed. We're probably 10 to 15 minutes behind schedule on hatch closure. But that's okay because there's a bunch of buffer time built in. It's not critical that they have to have the hatch closed by that certain time. I mean, eventually we do run into the point where, we run out of time, but they're getting the hatch closed. I think they already did their weather briefing, or at least they were starting it just as I was going to take my little break there. They'll close out the white room. They'll do some communication checks. They're going to do some leak checks on the capsule. They're going to clear the pad. They don't have to clear the pad. All those support people don't have to clear the pad until about T-minus 38 minutes. So they've still got plenty of time. They've got some buffer time there where they can kind of clear things up and get out of there. And then we've got a big weather gate that comes up at T-minus 30 minutes. And then they're pushing forward to launch. So they're looking at the weather right now. You can see the satellite picture. Main concerns today for...
Hatch closure is complete, and we're moving into hatch gross leak checks.
Roger.
Hatch leak
All right,
checks.
hatch closure is complete. A great milestone that we've reached in this operation to get to liftoff. And just to wrap up, 90% go here at the pad. We're good to go along the ascent corridor. And so for weather, we're looking fantastic for a June 1st day, and which is the first meteorological day of summer.
Yeah, there you go. So we're 90% go for today. The two big concerns were ground winds and cumulus clouds. Cumulus clouds have now been kind of ruled out. So those are not really expected to be an issue. So really it's just ground level winds that they're keeping an eye on. So those ground level winds were potentially going to be a little bit high. So our ground level winds, we look over here at, you can hear the wind noise on the commentator, but right now our ground level winds at Cape Canaveral are about 20 miles an hour. What's that in, how do I change it to metric? I think I can just push this button. Yeah, there it is. Okay. That's, what's that? 10 meters per second. I don't know what values is everybody. And we just run through the gamut of values here. 30 kilometers per hour winds, knots. It's about 17 knots or so that we're seeing at Cape Canaveral. So that's ground level winds. That's really the big concern, is the ground level winds. You could get out into upper level winds, but these are not too much of a concern, right? Remember, we go through upper level winds pretty quickly, so it's really just upper level winds at Cape Canaveral that we're concerned about. So those upper level winds really right at the Cape, only 20 knots. You push down a little bit downrange, you're still only 20 knots. And they really don't get super high until you get way up into the outside off the coast of like South Carolina there, North Carolina. And by that point, the rocket is so high up above the atmosphere that it's not a concern. You get up to 90 mile per hour winds out there, and even that is not a huge upper level wind concern. So really it's just the ground level winds that we're concerned about here at the Cape, and those winds aren't crazy at the moment. They're a little bit higher, but not super crazy high. So, and just to give you an idea of the flight path that we're looking at, so that you can kind of have an idea of the map here. So we're heading in this northeasterly direction. So we are heading towards those high upper level winds, but we'll be way up above them by the time we get there. So not a huge concern. So this is our flight path here today. So we'll have launch. This is an Atlas with 2 solid rocket boosters on it. So those 2 solid rocket boosters will jettison and separate. They'll continue on a ballistic trajectory here and land in the ocean way out here. The Atlas and Centaur will continue on to about here, where the Atlas first stage will separate from the Centaur, and that will continue on a ballistic trajectory and land way out in the ocean, way up here. Centaur will continue onwards, zoom out a little bit further, continue the flight to about here, at which point Centaur will shut down, and we're now about 10 or 12 minutes after launch, and then we'll get Starliner separation from there. So we head in this kind of northeasterly direction, that away. That's the plan for launch today. That's not what I want to show you. Which one do we want to see? We'll put this one on the screen here for now. So we should be getting into, or they're into leak checks here now with the hat, and you can see how quickly they've caught up to the timeline. So leak checks are happening here now. Weather briefing typically happens about an hour before launch. And we're coming up, this last hour here will generally go by pretty quickly. So this is going to be the last hour here. We've made it much further than we made it back on May 6th. May 6th, the launch got scrubbed about 2 hours prior to launch. We're now about an hour prior to launch. So we're going to get under that. We're going to be into the minutes realm. So hatch is now fully closed. Our booster is all fueled up. The weather is looking good. It seems like things are okay. Let's see. We just got to keep pushing forward for another hour here. Let's take a look at our... Whoops. Just to give you an idea of our launch vehicle here, this is the Atlas V rocket with the Starliner up on top. So this is what's launching today. So we got an RD-180 engine on the bottom. We've got our 2 solid rocket boosters. We've got the booster, that copper stage there. That's kind of the first booster stage of the Atlas V rocket. The interstage adapter and the little stub adapter there. That gets us up to the Centaur upper stage that has dual RL-10A-42 engines. And the Centaur upper stage. So typically the Atlas V rocket only has one Centaur upper stage, or Centaur rocket on the upper stage. But for Starliner, they have 2 dual engines up there. And then we've got the aero skirt that you'll see for the attachment points to the Starliner spacecraft with the service module there. And that is a look of we call this the expanded view. In some industries, they call it the exploded view, but we don't say exploded view in space flight. It's not a term that we like to say. So this is the expanded view, not the exploded view, the expanded view of the Atlas V rocket. And there we can see it live right now in person. You can see it venting off. That venting that we're seeing now is completely normal. So the rocket is fully fueled. It is super cold, negative 340 degree temperature, liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, very, very super cold. As it gets pumped into the vehicle, it warms up, boils off, turns into a gas. If it stays there, it would overpressurize the tanks and you'd have a big, we don't want that. So that gets vented out. That happens on both the booster and the Centaur upper stage. We had a problem with that back on May 6th with the Centaur upper stage, which is what scrubbed the launch. That is resolved. This morning, we had a problem with the topping off. So as that vents off, they have to trickle small amounts of fuel and oxygen back into the tank to replenish the fuel and oxygen that boils off and gets vented. They ran into a communication problem. They stopped topping for a little while. That has been resolved. They switched to a second redundant circuit. Now resolved, topped off, and everything is back to normal at this point. They resolved those anomalies this morning. And now we're proceeding towards launch. With the Starliner vehicle itself, so we've talked about a number of issues. So we had, let's back up. On the Atlas V, we scrubbed on May 6th for an oxygen relief valve that does that venting. That's been resolved and replaced. This morning, we had issues with topping valves and communications. They resolved that, and they fixed that. They had to replenish some helium as well. They fixed that. Those were all with the Atlas V rocket. The Starliner, however, they discovered earlier in May, they discovered a helium leak that is specifically related to the dog houses and the OMAC thrusters here. So right here on the side, these are the dog houses on the side of the service module. They have the OMAC thrusters in there, and what they are primarily used for is for the rocket to deorbit and come back to Earth.
It's going to deorbit.
So it's kind of important. You want to come back to Earth at some point.
Deorbit.
They there is a helium leak it's on a flange of a single OMAC thruster, of which there are 28 total. There are a few in each of these doghouses here. So that issue is not fixed. However, they're going to fly anyways. That is a known leak, and they spent the last couple of weeks looking at that problem and they had kind of two options: is either analyze the risk and fly anyways, or they could take it back to their build facility. They'd have to take it off the Atlas V rocket, take it over to the Starliner facility, repair the leak. It's a rubber seal on a flange that is leaking about the size of a shirt button. That would have delayed this flight by months. Instead, they've decided to fly knowing that they have a helium leak. That is...
FTS open loop test is complete.
Roger.
All right.
So with that known helium leak, it is something that they've analyzed the risk, and they consider it a low risk and not a safety of flight issue. And here's why. They have... so what happens here is those thrusters are powered by hypergolic fluids, hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. When they come into contact with each other, they ignite instantly and produce thrust. Very reliable system. As the fuel and oxidizer comes out of those tanks, the pressure would drop. So what they do is they take helium and they backfill it into those tanks to keep the pressure up. Helium's an inert gas. It does not combust. So they backfill the tanks with helium just to use them for pressurization. So they keep the tanks pressurized with helium, but they do have a helium leak. The leak that they initially detected was about 7 psi. The helium tank itself is 3,000 psi. They were leaking at a rate of about 7 psi. The leak rate, they saw it spike up to as high as 70 to 80 psi. But at that rate, they were only losing a maximum of about half a pound of helium per day. They have 50 pounds of helium on board, and they're using less than half of that for the entire mission. So they have a very large margin, even if they just leave the leak as it is. So if they leave the leak as it is, they can manage it. They're just sacrificing some helium, and they're going to continue the flight anyways. Small leak. If they lose half a pound a day, you're talking they lose a pound or two on the way to the space station. Then they're going to shut the helium system down, close all the valves. Then they would reactivate them for the ride home. Still lose a pound or two of helium. You're talking maybe 2, 3, 4 pounds of helium that you're losing when you only need 25 pounds of helium or so, and you have 50. So they still have a pretty wide margin. They can deal with, they've said in press conferences that they can deal with a helium leak that is up to 100 times worse than what they have now. Now, and still be normal. Even if they're not normal, they have lots of contingency plans. So this doghouse here, which I said houses OMAC thrusters, if that entire doghouse fails and the helium manifold on it fails, they can still operate. They have, when they do the deorbit burn,
it's going to deorbitate.
They only need 2 of these doghouses on opposite sides.
Stand by, thanks.
She enjoys hanging out with.
I missed what they said there, but they need 2 doghouses on opposite sides to produce symmetrical thrust. So if this one fails, they would use the doghouse over here, then they'd use the doghouse over here, and those would do your deorbit burn.
Deorbitate.
They have to have thrusters available on each side, because if they only use one thruster, you get asymmetric thrust and it would tumble. So where they start to get into a little bit of a risky territory, and this is what they kind of analyzed and risked, is if they're flying with a known risk of one doghouse failing, you're kind of eliminating some redundancy there, right? So let's say the leak gets worse and this doghouse does fail. Now you only have one system available to do that deorbit burn.
Deorbitate.
That's this thruster, or this doghouse and this doghouse. If for some unknown reason they have yet to detect that this doghouse fails and an adjacent doghouse fails, like this one or this one, now you're at the point where you cannot use those thrusters for the deorbit burn.
Deorbit.
Because now you're going to generate asymmetric thrust. So what they decided was to use other on-orbit thrusters to do a deorbit burn.
Deorbit.
And they would use two of those, two burns to do the deorbit burn. And that's kind of another contingency plan. So we still have layers of safety here. Even flying with the known helium leak, we still have layers of safety in place to safely get the crew through their mission. So that's where we stand.
Space Lab straight at the T-Teb. That's the answer.
That's the answer. All right, we'll get through a couple of comments here, and we'll see where we kind of stand with the vehicle. We're 52 minutes away from launch. They'll be closing out the white room here shortly and do some pressure and comm checks, clear the pad, and we're pushing towards launch. Let's see. If the leak gets worse, we might have funny sounding astronauts. Yeah. Well, luckily it's leaking outside the vehicle, not into the vehicle. Last few Russian RD-180s, I guess. Yeah, we're not getting any more Russian RD-180s, which is why one of the reasons why the Atlas V is being decommissioned. They got no more. Those Russians, or those engines, are built by Russia. I almost said those Russians are built by engines. That would be that'd be interesting. But they're not getting any more engines, so that's gonna be the end of the Atlas V here soon. Is there a place to see the live flight path? NASA doesn't publish a live flight path themselves. So there's nowhere we can actually see like a live tracking flight path. There are a couple of like third-party services you could use to kind of simulate the flight path. One of them being my friend Declan's flightclub.io here. There is a live option to flightclub.io that'll kind of simulate live where the flight is. So you can check that out as well. And then there's some other space trackers like Stuff in Space that Framrick linked in the YouTube chat. There's also what's the other one called? Leo Labs has a simulation that you can look up as well if you want to see simulated location. I mean, they're all here we go. We're going to get the conspiracy theories coming, but they're all simulated because it's not like we're flying a second ship next to it that's like live transmitting its video of the ship we're flying. So they're all like, any data visualization on a map like this is going to be like simulated. Like it's just, I mean, it might use live data points, but yeah. I was wondering if I'd be able to see it pass over France. I think it's going to go a little bit to the northeast. I don't know where the actual border is, but here's where the pass is. The very first pass right after launch. So this is probably maybe 15, 20 minutes after launch. It'll be passing over right here. So maybe if you're in this area, you might see it, or maybe even a little, within this radius here. Possible you might see it. Because it kind of depends on lighting conditions. I mean, what time is it going to be in, what are you, like 6 hours ahead? So it's going to be like probably 6:45 in the afternoon, 18:45, something like that. It might be a little bright out for you to see it pass. Malishka, Over on the Twitches, says, hi, Tori. Hello, welcome. Thanks for joining us here. Northeastern France, but wondering whether it's too high at that point. So really, it's not the altitude or the height that is the question on whether or not you can see it. It's really going to come down to lighting, right? I mean, we have satellites that are in orbit, like in a permanent orbit, that you can see pass over. It all just depends on whether the lighting is right? The sun has got to hit the spacecraft, and then that light has to bounce off the spacecraft and down to your eyes. So it's more about lighting and less about what you're going to, whether it's high enough. It's definitely too high. Like, you're not going to see like a launch, like if it's like as if you were watching in Cape Canaveral. Because by the time it gets over France, the engines are going to be off. There's no engines that are going to be burning. It's just going to be coasting. So the only way you're going to see it is based on the lighting. And since it's kind of bright, you're probably still going to have too much sun, I suspect, to be able to see it. But you can give it a try. It would be about going over France, probably 15, 20 minutes after northeastern France, 15, 20 minutes after launch. All right, so we're down to, let's get our, here's our mission control view. You can see we still have people in the white room. Hatch is closed, but we still have people in the white room kind of closing things up and finishing out. They're going to have to clear the pad. Typically, they would be clearing the pad in about 8 minutes or so. You can see them wheeling some stuff out of there. So it's getting closer. It's all cloudy here. Well, if it's cloudy, you're definitely not going to see it. Definitely not going to see. I mean, because clouds are typically, I mean, depending on what level clouds you're talking about, but if you got lower level clouds that are at 5,000 feet in altitude or so, it's going to be over 5,000 feet within seconds after launch. It's still going to be over Cape Canaveral by the time it gets above cloud level. All right, what else do we got? Any other updates?
We're hoping not to need any of those.
Request permission to begin white room closeout.
There we go, white room closeout. That's good news.
Roger, thanks, Slick. Blue team, perform toxic vapor and O2 checks when raising the environmental seal and configure white room for launch.
Roger.
Configure white room for launch.
And Slick, if you get a annulus purge disconnect time.
And once Starliner has made it to orbit, the last major milestone before the crew begins what we called orbit ops is called the orbit insertion, or OI burn. That will move Starliner into an elliptical orbit as opposed to a more circular one.
Slick, we're calling it 1537 Zulu.
Roger.
Going from a circular orbit, which they get off of after separating from Atlas, into an elliptical orbit, and then from there, Starliner will be on its way to International Space Station.
Yeah, and it sounds like the teams that have been getting Butch and Sunny ready are just about done with their job and ready to move.
I'm gonna step away for just a second and get myself another bottle of water here. Carry on without me for just a moment. It'll be like 30 seconds. Be right back.
Thanks, Brandy. Just inside 44 minutes until launch, and back here in the ISS flight control room, flight controllers are keeping tabs on the countdown and monitoring the work on board in the aftermath of the docking of the unpiloted Progress resupply craft earlier today at 7:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Tracy Dyson, along with Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos and fellow cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin, will form the welcoming committee when Wilmore and Williams arrive on board tomorrow. The dock timeline is elastic. That means that the number of days that Starliner could stay at the station could be pared down or expanded depending on any further launch delays or undocking delays driven by weather conditions at the western U.S. landing sites for Starliner. One critical dock day for the Starliner crew.
Starliner Houston, cabin leak check complete. You can open the vent valve.
All right, great. That's in work.
One critical dock day for the Starliner crew will come 2 days prior to their scheduled undocking, when they load the last of the cargo items to be returned to Earth in the vehicle and will conduct onboard manual piloting proficiency that will enable them to stay sharp for their departure from the station and the deorbit and entry events that will follow. So here we are at the intersection of Cape Canaveral, Houston, and space. And aboard the station, two of the Expedition 71 crew members, Jeanette Epps and Tracy Dyson, recently took a moment to set the table for the arrival of Wilmore and Williams at their orbital destination.
Hey, Sonny and Butch, we can't wait for you guys to join us here on station. We'll be monitoring your every move on the journey, and we'll be waiting to open the hatch and welcome you to your home away from home.
Butch and Sonny, we know you've waited a while to get your ride aboard Starliner, but we know it will have been worth every minute. So from all of us on the International Space Station, Godspeed, and we'll see you soon.
All right, so a little message there from our astronauts. We're closing out the white room here, configuring the white room for launch. You can see a little daylight coming out of the as they kind of draw up the little curtain that's around the Starliner capsule there. So we are. They should wait till they get there before opening the hatch. Yeah, we're not. They're not opening it. They're just kind of getting all there's a little curtain that goes around the capsule and getting everything tidied up so they can retract that crew access arm and clear the pad. They're supposed to be clearing the pad in about 2 minutes, but it looks like they're a couple minutes behind, but I don't think that'll be that big of a deal.
SpaceX lander, that's first, and then the Blue Origin lander.
Tracy, anxiously awaiting with all of you from St. Louis. Well, thanks for joining and waiting with us here. Tracy in St. Louis. I feel like it's the 1960s all over again, but in high resolution. Yeah, we're getting astronauts going up. It is still pretty exciting that we're getting astronauts going in a new capsule for the first time. I mean, it's something that's, I don't know, we should want to see the success of Starliner, and then hopefully we'll have two vehicles launching astronauts. Somebody said Tori drinks water like Ted in Airplane. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Now I'm self-conscious about how I'm drinking water. I can't do it. I don't know what that means. Now I'm all self-conscious. I'm not going to be able to drink my water anymore.
The commercial program, we're going back to the moon later this year.
Don't look at me. says the guy on camera. Okay, well, so we're only 39 minutes away from launch. We're still pushing ahead. Hopefully going to have a successful on-time launch here coming up in 38 minutes. So they're clearing the pad. They'll be clearing it here soon. Can we, Eric the Hiking says, can we name your room the Observatory? I love the name, but my son has already named this the Overlook Horizon Laboratory. So this is the Overlook Horizon Laboratory. He's already called dibs on the naming. Although observatory is pretty good too. That's kind of more realistic of what we're doing here. We're observing rocket launches. But whatever. Observatory, laboratory.
Thank you so much
Sorry, my son gets naming rights. He trumped you. Oh, look at this. We now got a big view outside the White Room here of the Starliner spacecraft there. You can actually see the entire capsule, nose cone. You've got the hatch closed, and we're pushing forward towards launch. Now that venting is completely normal. Here's a little view. Oh, you even got sound.
There, this is video and sound from inside Starliner during its return to Earth 2 years ago as part of the Orbital Flight Test 2 mission. Its heat shield reaches 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during re-entry, and parachutes are then deployed, and the heat shield discarded to expose Starliner's airbags. The original test pilot, Rosie the Rocketeer, you see there, collected data of what astronauts might experience during landing. Starliner is the first and only American orbital crew capsule to land on land. This allows for quicker access to crew and cargo.
Yeah, so there you go. That was a cool little view of the re-entry. Oh. Here it is again. So they're talking about so Starliner, when it does re-enter and land, it generally lands out in the White Plains Desert. It does land on land, which is interesting. We haven't no other capsule really has done that before, for the U.S. at least.
The crew was just calling in. They just got some data.
Yeah, those are all good words, Starliner. Good readback. One additional item for you. In the commander's folio, you'll recall you have your two tablets. You've got a serial number 12 and a serial number 13. They're both ready to go, but one thing for you, serial number 12, we were looking at footage here. Its time is out of sync, so it's no issue for you till orbit. When you're on orbit, you'll want to get that tablet, serial number 12, back in sync with the time on your DUs. It's only going to influence where you see the red line and bold. So if you did have to use bold before that, go ahead and do it on 13. Otherwise, we'll just resync in flight, and we can help you with that when we get there.
All right, good words. We'll copy that, and if we have any questions when we get there, we'll give you a call. And I have confirmed that I can reach the captain.
Houston copies.
That was Josh Kutrick giving some...
All right, so it sounds like they got a little tablet or iPad issue maybe with the time being incorrect, but that's not a huge deal. So we were talking about Starliner landing on land. Carol has a good point. Blue Origin capsule lands on land. Yeah, I guess so. We would say that Blue Origin's capsule does land on land. That is a suborbital capsule, though. It's not an orbital capsule. So Starliner will be the first orbital class capsule for the U.S. that is landing on land. SpaceX at one point had planned to do that with their Crew Dragon, but they ended up just switching to water landings. The Starliner capsule can also land in water if it needs to. It doesn't have to land on land, so it can land in water. That is an option, but it is generally it lands on land. It has these little airbags and retro thrusters that activate just prior to landing right before it touches down. So we'll see that. They're going to be up for about 10 days. I think they said that assuming it launches today, the return would be on June 10th. So they'll be coming back on June 10th would be the plan, assuming weather cooperates and everything goes just fine. That's when they would be coming back. It looks like now, so White Room operations.
Because these are questions that everyone's going to know when you get back, right? We want to know, did we...
White Room operations have finished and closed out. Astronauts are now getting a little more lonely up at the top of the rocket. The White Room and the pad crew should be clearing off the pad here now. We did see them bringing all their gear to the elevators, the launch pad. They'll be heading down and clearing out here shortly. I wonder if we can see it on this cam. We might have missed it already, but here's our live view. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see the pad teams leave, but we should see at least See if we can get that access arm retract. That's going to be a little bit later in the countdown. That doesn't happen until under T-minus 15 minutes or so. And that's just so that in case you got to rush back there and get the astronauts out, we don't have to worry about getting the access arm back into place. So we've got, we're still looking in good shape. No issues being tracked at the moment. We did have a couple issues earlier, but things are progressing normally towards a launch here now. The blue team is leaving the pad. Those are the Boeing's equivalent of the SpaceX Ninjas. Oh, yeah, there you go. Now you can see the pad team leaving up at the top of the picture there. So there they go, right above my head here. Vehicle heading out, right there. There they go. So that's the blue team leaving the pad. The launch pad is now clear. Nobody left at the launch pad. So next up, we're going to get a weather gate. This is a big weather gate at 30 minutes. Called a weather gate because this is not really a concern for today, but typically at the T-minus 30-minute mark is the point at which you cannot have, there's a couple of weather events that cannot happen after the T-minus or L-minus 30-minute mark. And that is things like lightning strikes. Like if lightning strikes, you need a minimum 30-minute waiting period before you can launch. So obviously if lightning strikes at T-minus 25 minutes, there's not enough time left to launch after a 30-minute waiting period. So that's why there's a 30-minute weather gate, just kind of a little acknowledgement that if any of these certain weather events happen, particularly like the big one is lightning strikes, if any of those things happen after this weather gate, launch gets scrubbed. Not really, and shouldn't be an issue for today. Two main issues today were ground level winds. It is a little bit windy there, but still within parameters as of now. And then cumulus clouds. You can see a little bit of clouds in the distance there. The clouds are pretty spaced out, very few clouds, so I don't think that's a concern for today either. So we're still 90% go.
Yes, sir. Per step 20, operation 60, blast engine area is clear.
Roger.
They just confirmed that it is just indeed the rocket, spacecraft, and two human beings.
And so, yeah, so we'll hear those continue.
All right, pad is clear. Officially clear. I mean, we saw it on camera, but pad is officially clear. And
absolutely, we're waiting for the Earth to rotate just the right position for that instant.
We've now got, here comes the weather gate in 5 seconds.
We got out of the way, and now everybody is double checking.
There we go. There's the 30-minute weather gate.
And the weather.
Right.
Roger. Arm control, start arm hydraulic final prep.
Roger.
Locks 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD-180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
These are nominal countdown checks for the from the launch conductor Doug Lebo, asking his team to do their 30-minute steps to get the rocket that much closer to ready for launch.
Yeah, so we should be coming up. We'll be getting a controller poll here for controllers in Houston. Make sure that Houston is ready. So Houston will be mission control. Launch control is launching the rocket, and then once it clears the tower, control gets transferred over to controllers in Houston. Actually, well, I'm not sure that might not be the case anymore. So that's what it used to be in the old space shuttle days. Now that I think about it, because this is a Boeing mission, I don't know where Boeing's controllers are.
Roger.
Now, Sunny will be the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft.
But, so, we still need controllers in Houston because we are docking with the International Space Station, and mission controllers for the space station are in Houston, at least for the U.S. side.
CST is the final test to certify a second commercial spacecraft to ferry
We'll get a hardware poll for basically launch readiness.
to us and many countries
Oh, Mike. Mike Ferguson said Boeing controllers are at lunch. I hope not, but that was funny. The Starliner's currently powered on ground power. It'll go to internal power at about T-minus 15 minutes. T-minus 10 minutes, we'll get that crew access arm retracting. We get a terminal count pull.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVB cycle tests are
Crew
complete.
Flight Test
Roger.
Flight Director Mike Lammers is just about to pull the flight control team here in Houston for a go or no-go, verifying that all of Starliner systems are ready for launch today. Everything's looking good at the moment, and Lammers will use this poll to determine his own response to the final go-no-go poll by the launch conductor just before liftoff.
Sounds like the Boeing controllers are.
Countdown time frame. They're
Go ahead. Roger. Do we have the temperature update complete?
Roger, the RP1 temperature update complete.
Roger. Prop 1, initiate fuel fill sequence.
Roger.
Weather officer reported at
and
the
once we're in that terminal countdown time,
L-minus 30-minute weather gate.
Yeah, we've been discussing before the
That-
CISA temp. It's a noisy measurement. I'd like to take this to 6, get a recommendation probably to disable.
Roger. Convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go.
L-minus 27 minutes.
Oh, so they're communing the anomaly team again. But it sounds like they're just going to disregard something.
and,
I didn't hear
the
that.
first
LC arm control.
one of the major activities that
Go ahead.
Step 100. Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
Not sure what they're involving the anomaly team for.
One of the first activities Mike Lammer's team will be doing is transitioning Starliner from ground power to battery power. That'll come about 18 minutes before launch. We leave it about as late as possible so that the team can launch with those batteries as close to full power as possible. A few minutes later, with less than 10 minutes to go before liftoff, Starliner's ordnance will be armed, and that activates the critical systems that are needed to detach all the things from Starliner that will ultimately jettison as it climbs to orbit, and if it were needed to abort. And finally,
Controller poll should be happening here now from controllers in Houston. I started saying that weather officer for United Launch Alliance and Launch Control reported at the L-minus 30-minute mark that all weather is go and that all conditions are currently acceptable for launch.
Send you back to the team in Florida to let Megan, Dee, and Mike see us through the rest of the countdown. We'll be back once Starliner is on its way. Go Starliner.
Randy and Jim. Okay, let's take a closer
All right, so that controller poll should have happened at this point. That's the controllers in Houston, making sure the Starliner is ready to go and all systems and communications are good there. Hardware poll is going to happen in just another 5 or 6 minutes or so, and that's to make sure that the Atlas V and Centaur rocket are good to go.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Per step 60, flight hazard area has been cleared. All personnel accounted for. Roger.
All right,
there we go. Flight hazard area is clear and all personnel are accounted for. So that's good. We got everybody is out of there. No, we didn't leave anybody behind at the launch pad.
Use Starliner to fly to other space stations and to help build the low Earth economy, low Earth orbit economy.
Hey, Mike, let's squeeze in a social question since we've invited viewers to send them to us.
So now we're under 25 minutes. We're getting pretty close. So I guess now that we've got a couple people here and hanging out with us a little closer to launch, I'll give you my little sales pitch. We're waiting for 24 minutes here. If you want to hang out with us and chat later, consider joining our Discord, overlookhorizon.com/Discord, or I'm sure our friendly Nightbot will throw a Discord link in the chat at some point. So consider doing that. Maybe also hit the like button on the video while you're at it. Helps me out. I'm excited to do more of these again now that we've got the new studio in place. So if you like this kind of stuff and you want to see me do more, hit that like button. Help us out. We've only got 177 likes on this video, but we've got over 300 of you hanging here watching. So if all of you hit the like button, we could jump that like number to over 300. So it does help. Also helps the YouTube sphere get our video out in front of more people. So, hit that like button, maybe share it out with your friends. Get them in here. This is space flight history. We want more people seeing astronauts launch into space. The more people we get interested in space, the more successful the program is. The more budget gets allocated towards human space flight. We want to see all these things succeed. So thanks. Oh, and look at this. Our like count has jumped up to over 211 here now from our viewers. So yeah, thank you. Thanks for hitting that like button. Appreciate it. I know sometimes you forget about it, but it is, in the YouTube world, I'm sure people are probably sick of it. You hear every single YouTuber going, hit the like button and subscribe. And you're like, I don't like doing it, but it's the thing you got to do on YouTube, because the like button and the subscribing and that's how YouTube says, like, oh, you know what? Maybe we'll share this content with others. So that's why we do it. You got to play the game, even if you don't like the game. Let's see. Framrick talking about our new Jet Streams and Rocket Dreams podcast. If you're not aware, I do have a new podcast called Jet Streams and Rocket Dreams. There's a link in the YouTube video description. He says you need to do a video on the Jet Streams and Rocket Dreams podcast on high-altitude balloon space tourism. That's a good idea. There is a company that's trying to do high-altitude balloon space tourism. It's not quite space, because I don't think you're getting past the Kármán line, but we kind of call it space because it looks like space, feels like space. You get black sky. That's a good idea, Framrick. Maybe we will do one of those.
Just a little over right now, about 21 minutes out from launch, and I've been thinking a lot about Butch and Sunny going back to the ISS for a third time for both of them.
All right, so
Sunny told us that
Paul Anderson says, Tori, glad to have you back. The studio looks great. Well, thank you very much. It was a big work in progress to get everything situated, but I am liking the new.
They're going to a place that they consider home. If you think
I am liking the new studio here. We'll give you a quick preview. I know we're coming up on 20 minutes prior to launch, but here's our new studio. All decked out. No green screen this time. It's a real studio. I mean, I had a studio before, but it wasn't nearly as nice as this. But we're ready to go. Coming up on launch, you even get a little side camera action. We got multiple camera angles. See our astronauts here on my monitor. This is the monitor that I watch to see what's happening. You can see all the colorful stuff that I mess with.
And to configure their suit flow.
And nice NASA shirt. I do like this shirt. No bobblehead Tori. The bobblehead Tori is in here. Bobblehead Tori is back there on a shelf. He is hard to see. He's hard to see, but bobblehead Tori is right here.
All right, so you saw the crew starting to pull their visors down there.
There's bobblehead Tori.
For proper airflow through their suit. In case of an emergency, they could pressurize their suits quickly if needed. That is the importance of having everything zipped up and ready to go. And they really
okay. Yep. So bobblehead Tori, you can, if you know where he is, you can see him right here next to the globe.
Suits, just like a hoodie of a sweatshirt. So we'll just
okay. Let's get back to. Visors are down and locked.
Houston copies. Visor config complete.
All right, they're all zipped up. And this config
all
also
communications switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
Oh, now we're getting serious. We're under 20 minutes. Well, I'm getting excited now.
The LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds the launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
So, Lauren, we just heard a couple of our standard pre-launch announcements.
So we're getting into serious territory. Are you going to cover Starship Flight 4 next week? Yes, as long as I don't have any scheduling conflicts, I do plan to cover it. I'm really looking forward to it as well, Framrick. Really looking forward to that Starship flight. I'm looking forward to this flight, too. Really excited about this. I'm starting to get... I don't know. I was kind of on edge, thinking that...
Time verification.
Roger.
And so the only comment...
I was really thinking that there was a chance that it might scrub again today, especially when we started having those anomalies with the topping valve. Thought for sure it was going to scrub.
Listening to some of those side channels that aren't public on your TV screen right now, so we'll be listening.
So we should be switching Starliner over to internal power here in about 2.5 minutes. We're going to internal power soon.
That is one of the
Little, about 10.5 minutes, we'll see that crew access arm retract. Terminal poll is going to happen at 7 minutes. And that's the big thing that they just announced, the kind of the briefing on, is if any anomaly happens during the terminal count after that terminal poll, then they would yell hold, hold, hold. They would announce their stations. It'd be hold, 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 and I don't know, whatever their Centaur monitoring. I don't know what their stations are, but then they would say why they were holding. But hopefully we don't have that. Victoria says they still might scrub. Their luck hasn't been so great. Yeah.
LCP-1.
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablished and at flight mass.
Roger.
Okay.
So, Lauren, we're quickly coming to the end now of the launch vehicle pre-launch procedure, and we're just about 7 minutes away from our terminal count status check. But we heard a couple of call-outs there.
Coming up here on launch, Skyfire 85 says, Tori, now that you have the Lego Saturn V under your belt, are you going to tackle any of the other sets, like the ISS, the shuttle, or the LEM? I do have the lunar module. I'm going to do that one at some point. The space station I already have. You can kind of see it, right? Let's see, right here. There's the space station. So already built the space station. That's back there already. So I have the ISS and I have the Saturn V. My son actually has the shuttle. He built the shuttle. And then I have the LEM. I'll do that at some point. I'll probably give it a little bit of time before I do that one.
You are taking a live look at Atlas V and Starliner stacked on top with astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams.
15 minutes. We're going to internal power for Starliner.
Coming up on about 15 minutes from launch, and we are going to send it over to NASA's Daryl Now at Hangar AE. Daryl.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And
not too much longer here now. So now it gets the exciting part. So we've kind of resolved all the major anomalies. We don't have. I'm not aware of any big anomaly. They were getting an anomaly team involved with something.
Internal power
minus 15 minutes.
No action.
Okay, no action. We got the soup fan DP low. It's back on now.
Looking.
no issue there. But again, the weather, 90% go.
It sounded like there was some sort of indication that something was low. It sounded like BP, like blood pressure low or something. I didn't hear exactly what he said. But it sounds like there are no...
LC flight, channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1.
Roger.
Okay, we should be on internal power for Starliner.
LC flight, air to ground 1, ready for comm check with Starliner and channel 1.
Roger. Starliner, LC, comm check on channel 1.
So we got you loud and clear. Looks like we got all suit fans failed a warning.
Oh, we got something failed warning with their suit, it sounded like.
Butch Wilmore.
And I copied your comm check, Starliner. In Capcom, did you catch that message?
And Starliner and LC Capcom A-firm, we see the messages. We're working more to follow. Stand by.
They got
standing by.
Something they're standing by on.
Butch Wilmore has a warning light on his console. He's talking it over to Capcom.
Oh, boy. 13 and a half minutes. Now we're coming down to crunch time.
While they do that...
Starliner, visors open, please, while we work the suit fans. Visors open.
Visors open. Suit fan. So it sounds like a circulation fan in their suits is having an issue.
So can I have the astronauts open their visors?
Open their visors.
Visors are open.
They don't want to suffocate inside their suits there because they are completely sealed.
Fan Bravo went down and switched to Alpha. It had a DT low, and then it, of course, went off. We still show power to Alpha is on.
We're getting an issue with the suit.
minus 13 minutes.
No, we're coming into crunch time now.
Starliner, we showed the same for your info. We're swapping suit fans back to Bravo. Continue to stand by for us.
Anybody?
We're running out of buffer time here now. Not a lot of buffer time to resolve the suit fan issue here. So now we've got an issue with their suit fans are not operating. They can't circulate air. They need to be able to circulate that air. So as they breathe, they get, we got oxygen coming through. You got carbon dioxide moving out of their way. You don't just want a big bubble of carbon dioxide right in front of your face. So technically, they shouldn't need the suits in flights, but if there was ever a rapid decompression issue or depressurization issue rather, they want the suits to survive. So yeah, there's something going on with their suit fans. Sounds like they have two fan circuits, Alpha and a Bravo.
Yeah, the condition we're in an LPT condition with both suit fans down. We're trying to get these reactivated.
They have both suit
we're going to proceed.
Roger. So good to stow the crew access arm.
I'm good.
Roger.
Okay, they're saying they're go, but they have both suit fans down right now. So they have two redundant suit fan systems, Alpha and Bravo. They said that they currently have. They are go to continue, but both suit fans are not working.
As you just heard there, 11 minutes to liftoff.
So, we're in crunch time here. We're running out of buffer time to resolve issues like this.
How are you guys feeling?
Oh man, we are really coming down to the wire. We want to see it. We want to see that launch for the first time with our
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
We're running out. We might be running out of time to resolve this. Hopefully they can resolve it quickly. Imagine the pressure being a controller here, and you've got to scramble to try to see if you can fix this before.
On our end, we brought suit fan Bravo back on. It looked good. We need both. We need to prove that A is also there, so we're commanding Alpha on and then off at this time. More to follow.
All right.
Yep, we see it.
Okay, so it sounds.
So you know.
All right.
So it sounds like that suit fan Bravo is now operating.
CST-100 on internal power.
But they said they need both.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Second work.
There's the crew access arm retracting.
Starliner on internal power now. The spacecraft is running completely on its own. Ordnance has also been configured for launch. That means the device.
Is it like putting a plastic bag over your head?
Suit fan Bravo, suit fan Alpha is also working to a clear LPC condition. And for the crew, you can take visors down.
Oh, there we go. Condition cleared.
Visors down and ordnance configured.
They're putting their visors back down.
Copies both.
All right. It's got to feel good to put those visors down now.
Woo! Yes. We are really coming down to the wire here with some of these issues. So they now have both suit fans resolved. They needed both to launch. They only need one to operate, but they need both to launch. They need to make sure that they know they have two options there.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. We don't want to see it.
Oh, they are really. It's really coming down to the wire. But we're getting there. I'm getting excited. I think we might be able to do it.
Vehicle management pole.
I hope we can push forward.
Let's Lobster Fest.
Let's do it.
Next door to us in the Mission Director Center, that's going to be the mission management team poll for launch.
So we're coming up on
7 minutes.
we're coming up on that terminal poll. Launch director is going to poll everybody and make sure that we're good to go. And my little blurb there says they're going to exit the 4-minute planned hold. So
LC arm control. Go ahead. Crew access arm stowed for launch.
Roger.
crew access arm is stowed.
All right, the crew access arm is stowed.
LC switch to ready position.
Everything looking good?
All steps are complete prior to status check.
Here we go. We're getting there. Somebody asked for the pump up jams. I don't know if I still have the pump up jam. Where's the song that I used to use?
Be a little more quiet as we get closer here to launch so we can listen into all of the actions as they're happening in real time. Again, just under 7.5 minutes till Starliner astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams make history as the first crew headed to the International Space Station on Boeing Starliner.
Yeah, I don't know my my song that.
7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count, Atlas systems, propulsion,
Go.
hydraulics,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
water,
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion, go, pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
LH2,
Go.
has gas,
Go.
electrical systems, airborne,
Go.
ground,
Go.
facility,
Go.
RFFTS,
Go.
flight control,
Go.
GCQ,
Go.
op support,
Go.
comm,
Go.
umbilicals,
Go.
arm control,
Go.
ECS,
Go.
redline monitor,
Go.
quality,
Go.
op safety manager,
Go.
ULA safety officer,
Go.
vehicle system engineer,
Go.
anomaly chief,
Go.
range coordinator,
Clear to proceed.
flight director,
Houston flight is go.
Starliner,
Starliner, go.
launch director,
You have permission to launch.
proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 16:25:40 Zulu.
Verified.
They forgot to pull the most important part.
Starliner net is clear.
Space Lobster Nation, give me a go, no go in chat.
To all of you sitting on console, whether you're in Houston, BMCC, ASOC, Atlas, this is a great day to be proud of your nation. And all of you listening as well, whether you're at Banana Creek or the Causeway or the rooftop of LCC or the ASOC, and other places around our nation, like the Bay Area building and other places where you are viewing what's taking place. Again, for you, it's a great day to be proud of your nation, great day to be proud of Boeing, great day to be proud of ULA and NASA. And we are one nation, under God, indivisible. And when we together use the power of that combination, we can do some pretty amazing things. So LC, with that, we are ready to put some fire in this rocket and propel this spacecraft to the International Space Station,
Yeah,
where all these fine Americans have designed and have prepared it to be. Calypso, take us to space and back.
Roger, Starliner.
Lobster Fest is on.
Oh, here we go.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
Roger. All steps are complete prior to terminal count.
And with that, we are ready to go to space.
We are ready to go.
To be emotional listening to those words from Butch. I'm sure we'll be playing that speech back.
We're under 5 minutes. The T-minus 4-minute clock will be starting here in 3 seconds.
2, 1, mark.
Coming up on liftoff, we're under 4 minutes. The Atlas V count has restarted.
Circuits are now enabled.
Oh, no.
The CCLS hold it. Approximately T-minus 350.
LC switch not ready. All personnel turn to recycle section. Operation 80. LC switch is not ready. Clock stopped at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds. Starliner, you should not hear any vent at this point.
Starliner standing by.
Ugh.
ALC, reset countdown clock to T-minus 4 minutes and holding.
Active.
LC Peony 2.
Go ahead.
Sensor tank pressures are stable.
Roger.
LC Peony 1.
Go ahead.
Atlas tank pressures are stable.
Roger. OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch to disabled position.
SRB ignition disabled.
Okay, consoles, step 60, report launch vehicle status. Atlas lead.
Atlas tank pressures and helium bottles stable. Atlas propulsion system stable.
Roger. Centaur lead.
Centaur tank pressures and helium bottles stable. Centaur propulsion system stable. Has gas readings nominal.
Roger. Vehicle electrical.
Yeah, that's going to be a scrub for today.
VE channel 1.
Yeah, this is an instantaneous launch window, so this is a hold in the count means a scrub.
Avionics system stable.
Roger. And LC can verify no indications of hazards. Flight LC.
LC Starliner systems are stable.
Roger. Starliner, last arm switch to off.
Last arm switches off.
Ah, we were so close. 3:50 we made it to. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. I didn't hear what the hold reason was. I was too.
SPS in pre-flight mode, SS VAPs inactive, OCU safe, and EDS in test mode.
Roger. Arm control, deploy the crew access arm.
Yeah.
Roger.
Here comes the crew access arm.
Starliner, proceed with ordnance deactivation.
Action 1.
Ugh.
Ordnance deconfigured. All off.
Roger.
LC.
And go ahead, ALC.
Countdown clock is reset T-minus 4 minutes and holding.
Roger. Flight, verify CST-100 ordnance is safe.
Verified.
Okay, all stations, recycle systems back to T-minus 4 and holding configuration. Hold time occurred at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds. Report status at completion.
Yeah, so they're recycling back to T-minus 4. That's more of a
and flight LC.
LC.
CST-100 power to external.
Copy. We'll put it in work.
That's more of a procedural thing for the Atlas V and the launch teams. It doesn't mean that they're going to launch again in 4 minutes.
LC Lox 1.
Go ahead.
Subset Bravo, Atlas LO2 continuing topping.
Roger.
LC Lox 2.
Go ahead.
Substep Golf, Centaur LO2 continuing topping.
Roger.
LC Field 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 continuing topping.
Roger.
LC Peony 1.
Go ahead, Peony 1. Go ahead.
Atlas Pneumatics, pressure stable.
Roger.
LC Peony 2.
Go ahead.
Substep Echo CEC active.
Roger.
And substep Foxtrot sensor pneumatic system stable.
Roger.
LC Prop 1.
Go ahead.
Substep Charlie and substep Delta, Atlas propulsion and hydraulic system stable.
Roger.
LC ECS.
Go ahead.
LH2.
Substep November, ECS set point
Roger.
stable.
Roger.
Well, I was trying to see if I could get some more information on what the hold was. So anything, I don't have any information at this point on what the hold was called for. I was too busy jamming out to our pump-up jams.
LC, this flight control.
Go ahead.
Subset Kilo, flight control ready.
Roger.
So we made it to 350, and then I heard a hold called out. Typically, they yell. They say hold, and then a brief reason for it. I missed the reason. Yeah, they said LC switch is off. I believe that's a response to the hold, not the reason for the hold. When somebody calls hold, they're launch ready. Like there's a bunch of launch readiness switches that get set to off or disabled to make sure they don't actually launch the rocket. Everything. So standard procedure for the Atlas V rocket is to migrate to or reset and recycle
if you're just joining us here
back
at
to a T-minus 4 minute.
Station,
Go ahead. True axis arm is deployed.
Roger.
We did have a automatic hold of our ground launch sequencer shortly after we began our terminal count for today's launch attempt. No indication yet as to what caused that hold of the automatic ground launch sequencer. The team is still evaluating data. In the meantime, the team is active recycling the vehicle to a good holding state so that we can prepare for our next steps. But for now,
Roger.
We are holding at T-minus 4 minutes, recycling the vehicle after a hold of our ground launch sequencer shortly after picking up terminal count for today's launch opportunity.
Yeah, so next steps here are going to be that they're going to egress the astronauts, and it will, it's going to be a scrub for today. Ah, that's a shame. Now, there is still good weather tomorrow.
LC has gas. Go has gas. Substep hotel has gas. Normal scan pattern including cat. Roger.
Yep, so you can see our astronauts unstrapping themselves. They know it's a scrub. Unstrapping, the visors are up. And that'll be it for today. That's a shame.
And flight LC. Channel 1.
Yes.
Roger. Secure CST-100 prop system. Last valve to remain open.
Flight copies. Probably take us at least 5 minutes here.
Yeah, copy.
We're going to send it over to NASA's Daryl Nail over at Hangar 8.
Yeah, so a couple people asking like what happens next. So there is another launch opportunity tomorrow. I don't know what the issue was, why the launch was, why a hold was called.
Roger. SYS LC.
Yes, LC, GC30 is ready.
Roger.
As you mentioned.
Yeah, so we don't know the exact reason. We're going to stick around. We'll listen and see if we can get the exact reason why we had a hold called today. There is another launch opportunity tomorrow. So assuming that they can recycle quickly or that it was a minor issue. You see Sunny Williams already taking her gloves off. She's ready to be done.
LDM1.
Yes, sir. So we had a hold call at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds by the CCLS launch sequencer. So at this time, we've completed our recycle back to T-4 and holding configuration and ready to proceed with a scrub crew egress operation.
Yeah, roger that. Stand by.
Roger.
There you heard confirmation of the scrub call for this launch attempt today. Again, this was the ground launch sequencer, essentially the computer that launches.
Roger.
This is the computer that is
Okay, all
charged.
personnel going to Operation 85. OSM, LC.
OSM.
Establish the BDA roadblocks and open the flight hazard area.
Roger.
And all personnel on Channel 1 will be starting an approximate 65-minute hold at this time for flight crew egress. All systems maintain T-4 and holding configuration.
The hold time is not relevant at this point. The fact is they're getting it into a state where they can go through and get the crew.
Yeah, so we're scrubbed for today.
Spacecraft. I was mentioning the
It was
computer that when we go into terminal count,
we were pretty close. We almost got to launch, but
all at a rapid pace.
not
Something with
quite.
ILS, it's not understood at this time what it is.
We got down to
throw an automatic.
we got down to terminal count and
50 seconds.
Arm control. Yeah, per step 40, can you give me that call out on the status of the crew?
now we're scrubbed for today. So
Deployed and latched. Arm control is terminated. Ready for personnel access.
Roger. And FELC,
Go ahead.
start CAT TVM system monitoring.
Roger.
RLM, LC,
RLM on 1.
disable RLM line items for crew egress per red line report.
Roger. LCFE.
Go ahead.
CAT TVM system enabled. Readings nominal.
Roger.
yeah, so we won't have a launch today. Hopefully they can recycle tomorrow.
The NASA
so
operation.
what they said was that it was a launch hold called by the CCLS launch sequencer, which is kind of redundant. CCLS, I believe, is the computer controlled launch sequencer. So saying CCLS launch sequencer is kind of redundant, but CCLS computer controlled launch sequencer. So basically it's the computer saw something that it didn't like and canceled the launch.
LC, go ahead.
Yeah, just looking for your estimate for prop system securing, to support pad entry.
Need 5 more minutes.
Roger. Thank you.
Everything you're hearing now.
So I'll hang out here for a little bit, but yeah, we've officially scrubbed for today, unfortunately. But there will be another launch attempt tomorrow. Let's see, what time is the launch attempt tomorrow? It's a very similar time. I can't remember off the top of my head. I've also been talking for 4 hours straight now, so my brain is kind of fried. What time? Who knows what time the launch attempt is tomorrow? Is it on my weather briefing? So we do have another good weather day tomorrow. 24-hour recycle says 90% chance of go. Same conditions, ground level winds, cumulus clouds were concerned. Where cumulus clouds increase a tiny bit from few to scattered. So small increase in cumulus cloud activity. But ground level winds actually go down a little bit. So they're only 14 to 22 knots instead of 18 to 26, which is what they were today. So we got lower winds, but higher chance of clouds. Kind of goes hand in hand. But it's still basically 90% go for tomorrow. I don't know. What's the launch time tomorrow? I gotta find the launch time for tomorrow. I can't remember what time they said. I think it's pretty similar. me see if I can find it here real quick. Backup launch window. No, it doesn't give me a time. It just says June 2nd. What time on June 2nd?
Just to recap, if you're just joining us at 12:21 p.m. Eastern Time, T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds until liftoff.
They decided to go to lunch instead of launch. Yeah. Yeah, well, they pretty much are going to lunch at this point. I mean, flight controllers have to stick around for a while still.
The computer that takes over terminal count. The reason for that hold is not known at this time. The focus now by the launch team is to make sure the rocket is in a good and safe configuration. That's many of the calls that you're hearing out. And
Carl
also that they,
Carl says 12:03.
once it is safe enough,
So it's about the same launch time, which makes sense. It should be a couple minutes earlier just because we're another day later and space station's going to be in a little bit of a different position for tomorrow. So Carl says 12:03. That sounds about right because that's roughly what I was thinking. I thought it was 12 something, but I couldn't find specific time. 16:03 UTC or 16:03 Zulu. Tomorrow. So we'll be live again here about the same time tomorrow. We'll give it another try. See if we can get this thing off the ground. But it's not going to happen today. So at this point, crews are going to safe the rockets. They'll get the astronauts out. We'll play some Kerbal. I'm not just kidding. I am going to play Kerbal, but we're going to get a rocket launch one way or another today. You came for a rocket launch, you're going to get a rocket launch. I mean, it may not be the launch you were looking for, but
pneumatic. And yeah, Daryl, the team continues.
At least we can get you something. Let's see what we can launch today. Oh, the Kerbality. Don't forget the landing legs. Right, we got to remember our landing legs.
Starliner capsule. Still no update yet.
A lot of I got to figure out, I was going to do it yesterday, but then I forgot. A lot of my vehicles don't work anymore.
The crew, we establish
So like I have like a Falcon 9 and I don't think I have a Starliner. I have a Starship. My Starship, I can't load them anymore. I get this craft incompatible error. Got to figure out what that means.
And not changing the state of the Atlas or Centaur as we go through the approximate 1 hour process.
I have one Falcon 9 that works. It's not the Falcon 9 that I like to use, but
teams are continuing to evaluate the data, and
we'll get a Falcon 9 launch. So it's like a cargo dragon, an old Dragon 1 cargo dragon.
Team is re-entering the pad, and in fact, the direction was just given to allow
pointy end up, flamey end down. Proper staging.
That is improper staging.
Let's see if we can get this thing off the ground, and then we can at least you'll have a launch today. We've got I hear that the blue team, they're coming back to the pad. Just kind of confused. The blue team going to the white room at the launch pad. Make sure to double check the valves. Yeah. Let's make sure. Let's launch in daytime, first of all. Fast forward. There we go. Daytime. We're going to make sure that all of our valves are situated. Our suit fans are working. Well, there's no astronauts on this. Suit fans are working. There's no landing legs on this. Why are there no landing legs? See, this is why I don't like this Falcon 9. This is the old Falcon 9. My new Falcon 9 doesn't work. But we'll launch it anyways. All right, where are we? Let's see. We'll close this out. We won't use mech jab, at least not initially. After we fail, maybe we'll do it. Let's see if we can get this thing to orbit. Okay. Throttle up. Space Lobster launch control. Give me a go, no go for launch. Okay. That's your cue, guys, is to tell me you're ready to go. Framrick says, strange, really, since Atlas is a really reliable rocket, makes you wonder if it's the complications of being human-rated with Starliner. It is true. Atlas is a very reliable rocket. It's interesting that so many things happened with Atlas today, right? With the topping valves and like Atlas has been a very reliable rocket. That was one of the reasons why Starliner was flying on it, is because of how reliable Atlas was. But it didn't really feel like that today.
So essentially, the
okay, here we go. Ignition.
Performing all the actions that are occurring.
Liftoff. Oh, I can't control game volume separately from. Oh, that's a shame. I need more volume faders. Hold on. Pause the rocket launch.
For instance,
Here, you can mute. Let's mute that. Then I can turn the game up. Here we go. We're off and flying. At least we get to see a rocket launch today. It's the old school Falcon 9. Let's see, roll program. And vehicles pitching downrange. Easy, easy. Uh-oh, uh-oh. No, 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 no. Too much. Too much. Go back the other way. No. Stop it. Oh. Oh, boy. Why did it do that? Okay. I just wanted to pitch a little bit downrange. Okay, just go straight. Just go up. No. 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 Oh. Come on. Yep. Okay, stop right there. Stop. I don't have RCS. Oh, boy. Up. We're going down. Altitude is going down. Point the end up. Oh. Come on. You point the end up. Yeah, right there. Radial out. Go back. Back. Up. Okay, we recovered it. Oh my goodness. Look at us, we're flying. Okay, that was just a detour. Just a minor detour. Okay? Now we're fine. Except our booster is almost out of fuel. We used all our fuel during that process. We're not going to make it to orbit. What's our apogee here? Apogee is... Why doesn't it tell me yet? Here we go. Now, oh, uh-oh. Staging. Whoa, boy. Whoa. Where are you going? No. Oh my goodness, why is this so hard to control? Okay, off. Point up. Why do I have no thrusters? Oh, this is a problem. This is a problem, people. Can we just turn the engines on a little bit? Just gimbal in the right direction. This is not good. Not good. I'm feeling woozy. You and me both. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're going down again. We only made it to about 23 kilometers, which is lower than my balloons go. Go up, 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 up. This is a very difficult to control rocket. Well, there goes my first stage. Right there. What? Oh, do I have... Is MechJeb on? Is it... Something's automatically controlling my throttling. No, auto... I don't have MechJeb on. Why is... Well, this is a problem. We're still going down. All right, let's abort. Okay. Get rid of that. Jettison that. Jettison that. Okay, we're aborting. Okay. We'll try this again. Maybe with a different vehicle. This thing was way too hard to handle. And none of my thrusters were working. Why? How come none of the thrusters work? That's a problem. Thrust limiter. RCS. Well, I don't know what the deal was there. Better get those parachutes out, though. That's for sure. Disreef. 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 Uh-oh, we're coming in hot. Uh-oh. Come on, slow down. Woo. That was a little too close for comfort. Woo. We were a little late on the parachute deployment. It's all right. It's fine. We're okay. Shit. Oh, jeez. Why is it... Why is it behaving like it landed on land? That's weird. Okay, let's try this again. Let's go back to the vehicle assembly building. I don't think that worked very well. Let's do a different vehicle. Let's get to orbit at least. Here, you know what? I know there's like Starship parts in here. Let's build... No, not that one. Oh, we'll even put crew out here. Look at this. Look at this. All right, here's a Starship. We need what's this thing called? Here, I need to close some of these windows that I have open. Here comes the blue team back to the launch pad. Close that, close that, close that, close that. Let's close that. All right, there we close some of those windows. We can close that now. All right, just free up some resources to build our... Oh, wrong one. This one. There we go. Then we want, let's see, right flap. Left flap. Attach. Attach. Why won't it attach? What is it doing? What are you doing? Connect. I don't think that's connected. Oh, there we go. Okay. Right flap. There we go. All right. Let's see. Let's get... I don't know if I can put vacuum engines in here. Maybe I can. I know we can put these things in here. Like that. And then... Oh, yep, there we go. Got some vacuum engines in. Okay, we got a Starship. Let's see, close. We need to close some of this stuff here. Close the airlock, close the docking hatch. Okay. Move this up. Do I have a... I don't know if I have a... I might only have the upper stage. I don't know if I have a super heavy. Oh, wait, we need a nose cone. That we definitely need. They're regretting putting you in the charge of the Dear Moon mission. Yes, you're probably right. Expendable main body. Can I just like... Do I just get like a coupler and just like... Is this big enough? Almost too big, actually. Too small. Definitely too small. Teeny tiny. Let's see. Come on, we want to see a rocket launch today. Nope, that won't attach. Maybe we'll just launch the Starship. Docking port. BFR dock. I don't want a docking port. I want a... Dragon 2 bit. No. Booster decoupler. No. Well, we'll just use... Oh, no, I can't. It won't attach. Can't use that one. How about the smaller one? No. What do I do here? Maybe we'll just launch the Starship. Yeah, hot staging. I don't think I have... I only have the old one. All right, let's just see if we can get this going. maybe maybe it'll fly. Oh, too fast. Okay, daytime. Okay, throttle up. Let's try it again. And 3, 2, 1, launch. Oh, it's going. Oh, we're going up. Here we go. Okay, how far can we get? Ooh, it even sounds like the Raptor engines. We got people inside too. Come on now. Get up there. Missing a super heavy. Yeah, we're missing the super heavy, but whatever. Maybe we'll just see if we can land the Starship. This will be, this is one of the earlier Starship tests. Here we go. Look at us go. All right, we're gonna throttle down. How high did the star? How high did SN10 or SN11 go? I don't think it was this high. Here we go. We go engine shutdown. So now we're in coast phase. We'll do belly flop it down. See if we can belly flop it. Here we go. We're 40 seconds away from... ...30 seconds away from apogee. Ten seconds. All right, let's start the flip. Okay. Here we are. Okay. Now we're coming down. Do we have to do anything with these? Retracted. Deploy. Retract. I don't know what the difference is there, but okay. We're coming down. Let's be level here. Belly flop on the way down. Yeah, we went up pretty high. We went to 40,000 meters, 40 kilometers, not 40,000 feet. So we're up here pretty high. 12 kilometers. Oh, yeah, we went way past that. Whoops. Okay. Coming in on our landing. I don't know at what point. Let's see. Suicide burn length, 35 seconds. Need to start the suicide burn in 22 seconds. 20 seconds. Oh, boy. Oh. Losing control. Losing control. Oh, boy. Yep. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, so much for the belly flop. We're just going to go... We're going to go straight up. We lost control of the belly flop. Come on, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. 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 Oh, no. Oh, no. We're going too fast. We're going too fast. Engines won't ignite. Oh, no. Oh, no. Throttle up. Throttle up. Gear down. Well, the Kerbal survived. Oh. Well, now I can throttle up. Ah. Everybody survived. It's fine. Everything is fine. All right, hold on. One more time. One more time, and then I'm going to end the broadcast. Where do we stand? They haven't opened the hatch yet. Still waiting to see if they open the hatch up. Okay, let's try this one more time. All right. Let's see. So we want to go to 12. We'll go to 12 kilometers. It's going to be like a SN-15 flight, or 10 or 11 or whatever number you want to call it. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Still got higher than Starliner today. This is true. All right, let's see. We're going to go to 12 kilometers. We're going to get this a little more like the actual Starliner flight. Okay, there's apogee 1 kilometer. Two kilometers. 3 kilometers. We're going to 12. Ish. There's 10, 11, throttle down. There's 12. Engines up. Well, we'll keep the engines going a little bit, because otherwise our apogee is going to degrade. Keep the engines on just a tiny bit. 500 meters for Raptor relight. That might be a little adventurous. Okay, coming up. 3, 2, 1. Apogee. Belly flop. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, coming down. Now, see if we can control it. How long we can control it, because we got a little bit out of control when we started going real fast. Oh, nope. Okay, well, there's the end of the control. It does not want to belly flop. Okay, well, we're just going this way. Okay, suicide burn. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We get a little bit of throttle. 2, 3. Oh, no, we're still at 4. Okay, easy. Whoa, uh-oh, we got an engine anomaly. What's going on here? Is that my vacuum engines? That's not good. Uh-oh, gear down, gear down, gear down. Oh, here we go, here we go. Is the gear down? Gear's down. Slow down, slow down. Go, so close. That was closer. It didn't, we just lost one fin. Maybe I think I'm going to disable these vacuum engines. It survived. Okay, do it again. One more time. I want to land this thing. How's our crew doing? Oh, they're still in the capsule. Okay, daytime. Okay, throttle up. And go. All right, we're going. I don't want to turn off those vacuum engines yet because I'm like barely lifting off. I am also launching with full fuel, which is probably not a good idea. Retract the fins. Oh, maybe I need to retract the fins for the belly flop. Oh, it's getting a little wobbly. Retracted them early, but I need like an action group because I don't have an action group that can just toggle the fins. That's what I really need. I should have created an action group to just toggle the fins. Oh, here we go. Retract all. Oh, deploy all. That didn't do anything. Show actuation tile? No. All right, there's our 12 kilometers. Throttle down, throttle down, throttle down. 30 seconds. We'll deploy these. Here we go. Oh, they're moving too. Look at this. It's stabilizing. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Feeling better. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Belly flop. Oh, look at they're active. They're a lot more active. Oh, right there, right there, right there. Easy, easy, easy. Roll. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong button. That's why. Roll, 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 roll. Yes. Easy, easy. Control, control. Oh, let's deactivate. Shut down the vacuum engines. We'll leave just the regular sea level Raptors. Oh, this is a lot better control. Oh, we're doing great. Look at us, and it's slowing us down to whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, come on. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Let's just go. There's our suicide burn anyways. We got some horizontal thrust we gotta eliminate. Oh, the gear down? Gear down. Gear down. Oh, gear's already down. Why was the gear already down? Okay, gear down. Slow down. Slow down. Oh, we're gonna land on a hill. Oh, easy, easy. Oh, okay, all right. Oh, this has been working out better. Oh, this is so much better. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, touchdown. Come on. Come on. Engine stop. No. 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 Oh, what? After all that, that's the one that the astronauts die on? Come on. That was the best one yet. Because we landed on this hill. They survived the crash landing. The nice soft landing they didn't survive. All right. Well, it looks like the hatch is open. The astronauts are coming out. They're installing the little protective shroud over the hatch opening. The astronauts will be coming out. Isn't there a saying about hills and dying on them? Yeah. That was the hill we died on right there. Oh, man. Well, at least we got to see some sort of a rocket launch today. All right, well, astronauts are egressing out of the vehicle. I think this is where we're going to end it here for today. We'll save some more for tomorrow. Unfortunately, no launch today. But we had some fun. It was fun to get a nice live stream in again. Test out all the new studio stuff and see how everything worked out. It seemed to work out pretty well for us, at least. Just not for the launch and for the mission itself. So consider joining the Discord. We continue the conversation over there. If you scroll back in the Hangout chat in Discord, you can see, you have to scroll back for a while, but there were a lot of behind-the-scenes building pictures of building the new studio. So that's over in our Discord channel, in the Hangout channel on Discord, but you're going to have to scroll back because it's probably conversations from a while ago. So anyways, that's it. That's going to do it for me. I'll be back here hopefully tomorrow for the next launch attempt, and we'll give it another go. Thanks for joining us here today. My name's Tori. This is Overlook Horizon and our new studio. We'll see you tomorrow. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Have a good day. See ya.